stream between Planet Crafter and Satisfactory since it's been a while. I actually almost started with Satisfactory. But if I'm being honest, I'm more committed to finishing the Satisfactory run, or sorry, the Planet Crafter run than the Satisfactory, just because we haven't finished it yet. Versus Satisfactory, it is a second finish. So for those who didn't see where we left off, we now have a breathable atmosphere in the game. For those unfamiliar with the Planet Crafter, the idea of the game is you start on a planet that has no atmosphere. It's frozen, it's awful, it's cold, it's terrible. You can barely walk out of your escape pod to like a football field away, and then have to run back for air. And then over time, you terraform the planet to make it nicer and nicer, and we are at a point now that literally I don't need air anymore. The only time I need air is if I go underwater, and otherwise the planet's just nice. We did unlock amphibians, and we've got some of our little Froggo friends going on over here. So if we go past the butterflies, I have like a whole area of frogs over here that we're slowly expanding. And otherwise, we're getting pretty close to getting mammals. So we look here, we're about 1/4 of the way to mammals from amphibians. It is going a bit slow, but that is normal. You hit a new tier, you have to scale up and all that. And then mammals is the last phase in the game. What you do from there is you just get more, better, bigger. We did get the better heaters that I haven't put out, which I probably should. Our power is great. But yeah, so as you can see, this animal shelter is when we get mammals. We have everything else unlocked. We have the animal spreader rocket we're right about to get. We're at about 60, almost 68, and then we get it at 70. And then these are only 10, 15 after that. We'll get better frog eggs and animal food. We get better frog eggs not actually that soon with the insects. And then the animals, we got a lot of process to do. And so each one of these will help us out. For the short term, let's go ahead and see if we can't get the materials together. I've got these heaters up here. We do also have the portal to other worlds now, so if I'm sitting there being like, oh, I have to wait on something, I can just get a portal to the other world. So we've got these heaters up here, and I've got the booster inside here. Is that a tier 1 or 2? I can't see. Yeah, 8 machines. Let's see if we can't max it out and get our 8 heaters. Even though that doesn't help with a lot of the other stuff. Getting the 8 heaters and the 8 drills up is always good. So I've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it looks like 8. Yes, I've got my 8 drills. But yeah, so my thought is get the 8 next higher tier heaters up, because even at this late stage of the game, even though when I look at my unlocks, there's nothing else here under heat, they still do contribute to that terraforming score. Let's see, you've been trying to watch your YouTube Satisfactory run, so you understand that some processes along your run, but got lost in Planet Crafter today, so you're trying to finish the playthrough of that. I appreciate that the stream is here on YouTube. No problem. That's the idea, is I do try to put it on YouTube so that it's available after the fact. Oh right, we're probably still short on iridium rods, are we not? Yeah, because we're making rocket engines. Okay, so that's why I'm not doing the heaters, so I guess we won't worry about the heaters. I've already got the drills already set up, and then the oxygens, there's not like an oxygen building, you do plants. So I guess we are still just on to biomass, which is going to be the amphibian farm, is my best use for right now. Do I have... And you probably already noticed that we rearranged our storage a while back. Okay. So we do have a couple amphibian pond areas. We will start to be able to find the amphibian eggs easier over time. But other than the uranite, all of these areas have... There it is. Have amphibian areas around them. And that's kind of what we're looking for. And then there was another one over here, if I recall correctly. There's actually a couple around here from the looks of it. But yeah, so we're looking for generic frog eggs. Those there. Because then I can take those generic frog eggs and make them into better frog eggs. I can then put them in their like little frog habitat or whatever. And that makes them happy. The other thing I can do is make the fish farms. We're kind of struggling on the materials for the fish farms, though. But all of that does contribute to getting more of the, That's weird, those look like feathers. All those do contribute to our animals, and the animals are the current bottleneck. Alright, we got another thing of eggs there. Then we can go back here and teleport on to the next one. But yeah, so if I grab like 3-4 sets of eggs, I can make those all into better eggs. And with those better eggs, then we can turn around and do some other good stuff. So osmium had 2 ponds by it. They always go that way, and it was one was over here somewhere. There it is. And there's no exit that one. The other one was right across. Sorry about that. Okay, and then last, the Super Ally has some. But yeah, it will be a thing that over time we will just start finding eggs. Like the, I have the thing that picks up the plankton and all that. Over time that, oh, there it is. Over time that will, I believe, get just the fish or the frog eggs just in it by itself. But it is as the population of frogs increase. Okay, so with that, we did grab 2 sets. That's not terrible. But we can go ahead and grab mutagen 4. I need 2 of them. Make sure we don't have any other new eggs. We don't. That's fine. So we'll start doing that. The other thing we got set up is I have made this automatically grab any caterpillars or anything like that, so I can process it into DNA for making mammals later. Oh, Super Alloy's full. I forgot we've hit that stage where literally I'm making so much Super Alloy now that I don't even need to deal with it. Yeah, so we're extracting all these genes, and then we go and, let's see, it took you forever to work out that frog eggs were. Thankfully, I showed you the other day. Yeah, that came from the previous one, is occasionally I'd find it, and I just remembered it was by Water's Edge when we played this, the other day. And it was just that. So I'm only missing the species DNA, which I believe we will find soon. Let's see, which... Okay. So the bee larva will give us species, as will the silkworms, as will the rare. And we got better frog eggs available. Okay, so I do actually think I am going to go in here and say, hey, give me bee larva. A silkworm I want to keep, and then rare larva. And all the rest is like colors and all that. We'll definitely want to get all of them, but... And then rare larva, where are you at? Oh, right, you're still not showing here, are you? Oh, actually. Okay, so now it's starting to show the golden and all that, so let's fix that. So if we go to our larva box, we can go here and say, I would like the golden ones here as well. I'm gonna regret putting the common in there, aren't I? No, we can craft the common and all that, so we'll leave that alone. And also I need more mutagen for the regular common ones. Okay. So you put that in there, pop over here. Alright. So if we look at the larva, we do have the uncommon, which we're trying to get silkworm so I can get a second one of the silkworm things so I can make more of the fish stuff. Actually, do we have silk sitting here now? That's going to start filling up soon. And then we can get around that. But still. So I believe for these I needed fertilizer, which I've got tons of, and I'm trying to remember what the last material was. For you. Bacteria samples and fertilizer. That's actually easy. So we can go... Fertilizer, 1, 2. And then bacteria samples. Did I not have a box for that? There we go. I have none. Bacteria samples as simple as water and algae. And I think the problem we're having is, like, it's producing, but it's getting consumed faster than it's producing. We'll double check that in just a moment. Water should be over here. I realized I need 2, so I need 6 algae. Yeah, that might not be running. Let's make sure everything's configured fine here. You're requesting it, okay. We can go upstairs where I produce all my goods, because we did make a second floor that my second floor is just production. Yeah, so you're producing, and you're full. Ah, you're not supplying to the network. There's your problem. There we go. Alright, in the meantime, bacteria, bacteria. Oh wait, it was mutagen, not... No, it is. Okay. So that'll give us this. In the meantime, those frog eggs, they got put in here automatically because I've got it configured to do that. So I need 2 fertilizer, 2 common larvae, and 2 of the other stuff. So I need 2 common larvae. I need 2 fertilizer 1. And then 2 water. And that'll let me make more frog ponds to put frogs in and all that. Is there a limit up and down to the autocrafters? I don't know. That was the comment I made the other time, is I don't know if the design of it is a sphere or a cylinder. Because if it's a cylinder, then they should have nearly limitless range. If it's a sphere, then they'd have limited. But unfortunately, I just don't know the answer. Okay, so we've got that many more Froggos going, so that'll pick up the pace a little bit on the animal production. And these are going to keep filling up. We'll probably end up making a lot of rockets later. We can go ahead and grab our... Well, actually, you probably are close to getting that silkworm done. You are. Because with 3 silkworms, I can get our silk production to be higher, which is a problem. And I need the silk for the fish. Alright, so you're full of plankton doing your thing. How are we doing on our drones? Are we at the point that... Okay, we do have drones just hovering around waiting their turn. Okay, let's disable drone production for a little while. It does seem to be like it's just getting out of control. Just turn that off. Or actually, yeah, we'll just turn it off for now. And we do have our fusion cells, which we need when I go to explore bases and all that. That's fine. Because, yeah, so it does seem like we've got a bunch of the drones waiting around for their turn. But every time that empties, it's a whole thing. So we'll do that until we stop seeing drones sitting in the inventory there. Because that'll eventually happen, but right now, those are gobbling up the rockets, which is gobbling up my iridium, which is becoming an overtime problem. So you've got all that. And then we have the larva here. Let's grab those rare ones. We can plunk them in here, because that'll give us species. And with species, I'll actually be able to make the DNA, genetics, whatever you want to call it, for that. We now have what we need for this, so I need water, oxygen, and zeolite. So let's go check on you. So you do not currently have oxygen in storage. Because where's our... Oh, the air production's over here. Thank you. And we can grab the water. Not that much. Water's looking scarce, so I gotta potentially make ourselves another water building. And you need a zeolite, which is somewhere back here. I don't remember where I put the zeolite. There you are. Okay, so it'll give me another place making the silkworms. We're just gonna put back here because I don't actually need it directly out of the container, so I can go anywhere. And we'll say supply to the network. Has no requirement of materials in, just out. Alright, animal spreader rocket is one we want to do right away. Because the rocket multipliers are really good. And that'll carry us through the end game. Ah, that's right. It's a way to delete genetic traits. This will be great. So all these genetic traits I'm getting a surplus of, like colors and all that, we can just delete from existence, and it'll be fine. Larva, we've got all these. We'll leave the butterflies alone for right now. So we've already extracted all the genes we're going to be able to extract. So let's go to our DNA box, which is here somewhere. There you are. Yeah, so we sort this out. We've got that. So let's grab the species 3 and shove that in here. And I'm going to sit on this for a moment. I don't know what actually requires that last spot. Can we check that? What? Okay, so it looks like frog eggs and fish eggs might be what we need for the other texture. Yeah, so it'll be frog eggs of any meaningful kind. It's literally frog eggs. Okay. So we need to get a spare frog egg to make the color, because if we do all that, we can get a lot more interesting things out of it. Meanwhile, I've got that. Okay, so literally we'll take all of those. So what I want to do, though, is we'll keep 5 of the same one. So you have 5 of those, 5 of those, 5 of those, 5 more. I may have deleted a lot of flowers. Okay, and we want to keep that. 5 of those, that'll be fine for the rest of that. Make sure you're actually sorted. Alright. So these are the DNA we're going to delete. So we're not going to be able to put all that. So it was a rocket. It was an osmium bar, I believe, was one of the ingredients. And, an mutagen 4, that was the last one. So we're going to start launching this rocket more and more and more. It's going to get costly on materials. But each one of these is a 1250% multiplier on our animal production. So they should help. So we're just gonna orbit some fish. It's fine, don't worry about it. Some fish just need their space. I will grab 2 more rods, 2 more rockets, and 2 more mutagen 4s. And fit 3. I like doing 3 rockets at a time and just launching them all at once to watch the chaos ensue. Yeah, so this will be a means for us to delete a lot of our extra genetics that we don't need. But we should see that percentage on the top right going up faster. 1, 2, 3. Good luck, fishies. You're not doing so good there. All right, we got a frog display. Yep, good job, fish. You're doing swell. All right. They just returned back to lake. It's fine. Rare larva we can now craft, so I can make 2 more rockets from the looks of it. Let's go ahead and do 2 more of those. And that is cutting into where we're going to get our iridium bars more, but Honestly, those are going to be more of an important deal than the bars. And part of the reason I want to go out of my way to do these is these will apply for literally everything left. Oh, I'm 1 DNA short. Fishy fish not feeling so great. Yeah. I need 1 more DNA. You. Oh, wait. Put you back. You. Cool. Alright. Yeah, so it should contribute a great deal to the rate we're getting animals. And that'll apply to the fish, the mammals not. We can now just make generic frog eggs, which is perfect. Where the heck do I make that? So generic frog eggs are plankton C, mutagen 4, and fertilizer. Fair enough. Let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Plankton C. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then mutagen 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And unfortunately, we're gonna get like no regular mutagen because it's getting gobbled up by the other stuff. So boom, boom, boom. Make some generic frog eggs. Pretty soon, I'm probably going to need a second one of those things. My intention though is to take the. Well, okay. Well, that's just a skin pattern. The skin pattern doesn't actually affect the success of the animal, I don't believe. But I do believe having the more complete DNA means we'll start to get more mutation and more opportunities for different animals. So I do want to kind of have everything. Okay. And how are we doing in water? Is that really struggling? Because it looked like it's pretty low when I last looked at it. Yep, okay, so we're definitely on a deficit for water. I'm going to need 3 silk, which I probably don't have. But if we can get 3 silk, a plankton A and 2... Well, actually, is that a fishing spot? That's a fishing farm. I do want that as well. That's not actually what we're looking for. 3 bioplast, a super alloy, and all that. So bioplast is over here somewhere. No, it was way down here, wasn't it? It was like the one that was an outlier on this end. So 3 bioplast, an aluminum, magnesium, and a super alloy. Magnesium. There we go. So, more water production. Cool. Because we want to make sure our water is always in stock. What is the super alloy for? Was that also one we needed? No, I don't. That's fine. So we need more silk, because we're going to want to do fish as well. Put that away for now. You're probably already done. Okay, and like I said, we're gonna extract this for the color real fast. I don't need a bunch of it. Cool. So we can grab that DNA. Where are you at? There you are. And with that, we have literally every single point of synthetic creature. So I've got creature DNA, insert into an animal shelter to get a multiplier of 1000%. So this is going to go in the DNA as well. But we now can make our first creature the moment that's unlocked. We got a little while till that is the case, but that's fine. In the meantime, we can just sit here and make the frog eggs and all that. I wonder if I can auto-craft the frog eggs, because that would be worth doing. We did just shut down the production of drones. Let's see if I go to that same one, if I can just switch you over to frog eggs. Where's the one we turned it off? Can you make frog eggs automatically for me? No, you cannot. That's fine. Interestingly enough, I can tell you to make the rare larva automatically, which is going to be very costly if I do that. Probably in an unsustainable way. Those are pretty easy to pick up, though, in a pinch. So I might just leave that alone for right now. Yeah, so I need to make a bunch of those. In the meantime... Hey, you're still doing that. Okay, we are getting more... Oh, right, that's a fish farm. Right. I was like, why do you have an egg in you? There we go. So we've got more frog egg options. Interestingly, that's a tier 3, so that's tier 4. Alright, so it looks like we want a tier 4 and a fertilizer 2. So get those out of here. Okay, so you do that. I need fertilizer 2, so 1, 2, 3. And a mutagen 4. 1, 2, 3. And then with this, that'll allow me to make better frog eggs. And I could tear out the ones we've already got and add more, but eh. I figure we just keep adding more to it. 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna need the common one soon. We can go over here to water. We are fresh out of water. What am I? Oh, right. We just turned on the bacteria, which is why our water is getting absolutely demolished, is we're now consuming all of that extra. So we'll probably need to make more water production than I already have. So for more water production, we'll make 2 more of those. Meanwhile, just gotta keep this thing going. So, boom, boom, and boom. Okay, so we'll need the 3 bioplast. We'll go ahead and plan for 2. I will need 2 magnesium and 2 super alloy. And then what else do I need for these? And 2 aluminum each. We didn't have aluminum in any of that. Alright, so I'm gonna put down more water production. Okay. And more water production. Because I need to fix it where I'm actually getting enough water into the system. Alright. We also want more fish farms and a bunch of other stuff, which is going to be waiting on silk. I'll just leave that alone. You're probably doing good here. Yeah, so those are much better frog eggs than we've been doing, so that'll help out a lot. Because the other ones, I think, were only like 100% or 125% or something like that. Yeah, probably 125, 150. So it'll be like getting 2 for 1. And we need 3 water. Let's try and snag those while everything else is going on. And now let me get more frogs down. We're just going to keep expanding our frog production until mammals unlock. Or we start getting our iridium. If we start getting the iridium rods, like I said, we'll replace our heaters we currently have with the next tier higher. Because even though we're kind of done with heat so far as unlocks, it still does contribute to the overall score, and the overall score is what decides when you win. So this number above me is the thing that says, hey, you've won, you've gotten enough. And so anything that contributes to that is meaningful. Now that I believe all of them do have, they can only contribute so much before they do finally cap off, but it's well above the unlocks. So I couldn't set up like the very basic stuff right at the beginning and never upgrade. You'll notice little by little that number will go up just a smidge faster. I want to say the game ends at like 20 or so TTI or something like that. It's somewhere in that area. Level 4 jetpack. I didn't realize we were already that far along. So let's go ahead and figure out what we need for that while we wait for the water to get into stock. So for a level 4 jetpack, so we can go even faster, osmium, iridium, two of the other ones. You're not gonna have an iridium rod, are you? We can grab those, and then we get 4 more. We'll be good for the next thing. 2 of the blue crystals, an osmium rod. And then what am I still missing? Okay. So yeah, so an explosive powder. That should be over here somewhere. We are all out of explosive powder. Let's make sure everything is working up here. I thought we were producing that. Explosive powder. It's not in range. Well, explosive powder is sulfur and iridium. And we are currently, so let's see, the iridium is here, and the sulfur is way over here. So sulfur needs to be moved somewhere. Probably to where we have the plants but bad, which works out because plants but bad is no longer needed. Because we are turning that all into DNA kind of stuff. So you take that out and just chuck the iron into the void. And then for the bigger storage, I need a circuit board, and I think it was 2 osmium? We'll double check that. Circuit board. No, a super alloy. 2 super alloy. And 2 super alloy. So I pop over here. And go display. Sulfur. And before I wire it up, let's just double check they didn't already... Oh, I've got a spot for one right there. Let's make sure I didn't have another sulfur node over here, because I could see that being a thing. I do not. Okay. So... sulfur. Please bring your sulfur here. And then meanwhile I can go to you. I'll just delete you from existence because there's nothing in it. Alright, so it looks like I got to increase my sulfur output. Because we're not getting enough sulfur to keep things running. How are we doing on the iridium? So I need, what, 1 more? Yeah, I need 1 more sulfur to make a sulfur rod, or 1 more iridium to make an iridium rod. So, for the drill, I need an iridium rod. We'll deal with that in a minute. And we are collecting stuff to process uranite. We have that being turned into all that stuff. So I've got, oh, I've already got explosive powder there. So cancel that. They do already have production for explosive powder going on. That said, because I am consuming all the iridium right now, that's not helping. How are we doing on the uranium? Alright, it's still coming along. I probably need a second one of the ore crushers. So ore crusher, 2 cobalt. And then all of the rest of this is, like, stuff we have up top. So I need 1 of you.
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for gifting a sub to Pluton 991.
And thank you very last Lardine for gifting a tier 1 sub to channel. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you. Yeah, I do really hope you enjoy your advertised viewing and all that, Futon. Yep. So thank you so much for the support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I really do appreciate it. All right. So you're also going to take the uranite, and you'll provide the output. So it should increase my production of the dolomite. It should increase the production of uranium, iridium, and superalloy. Granted, superalloy I don't really need anymore, but the uranium and iridium and all that. Now you get your 3 months of Discord Nitro. Yeah, it's an interesting promotion. All right. Go ahead and eat that. We are slowly running out of food there. Okay, so we've got those. Do we have water yet? Got 1 water, so that's 1 of those. And we can also grab a unit of iridium. And now I just need an explosive powder. I've got to be consuming the explosive powder in something. I'm not sure what. Okay. Either we can put down another frog habitat, whatever you want to call it. And drop off the eggs. And 1 more water, I can put down another one. Let's see here. The water's over here. Cool, and that's going to be another frog habitat. Okay, so I need explosive powder, and I need iridium. So let's double check to make sure our sulfur stuff is fine. Realistically, what I'm going to need to do here is I'm just going to need to set up another drill on the sulfur. It's just not keeping pace with our production now. Which makes sense. I have just the 1 drill here. Yeah, so let's plan to add 2 drills to that. That'll probably be overkill. In the meantime, let me pick up some sulfur by hand. There we go. That'll be enough for the explosive powder I need for my jetpack. Which would go a long way. Alright, do we have a single iridium ore? Yes, we do. Alright, so that'll let me get my jetpack. I gotta go over here. Wifey. Okay, chat, I'm going to be right back. We're about to hit an ad break anyways. Just going to see my wife off to work and everything. And all that, so I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, we're through the trees. Yep. Did I get away with that? I know it says pod, but because of the font, it looks like poo. I'm going to my poo now, too. What a waste. That is what poo is. All these months of work will be lost. I can't understand what happened. This shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will.
Why? 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 Game. Why?
I'm gonna bust up my gas station.
let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. Because I need that sorted right away, because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. Nihai Lord, this is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That I approve. You done good today, kid. Alright, and we are back. Yeah, no, Tomb got called into a third shift, which is why we're streaming today and everything. But as a result, like, I just was gonna see her off, so, like, we don't have to take a break for, like, dinner, I think, because I'm not hungry. She got a raise the other day, so we were celebrating, and we went out to get hot pot, and oh, man. Always a dangerous thing for just unintentional overeating. Okay, so, picking up where we left off. We are trying to get iridium rods for, I don't remember what. We have the rocket engines. My god, we need so much more iridium. Okay, so I need to get more drills going for everything. I think the priority is going to be doing what we can to improve our iridium production. And I'm not aware... Actually, let me take that back. Am I aware of some place you can plop down a rod and just get iridium? Let's try going into the volcano and see if I can put down a drill specifically for iridium. Now, it's going to be another one of those situations... Let's just fly over and grab iridium by hand. This is going to be one of those situations that I am going to just need iridium, and I'm needing it at more of a ratio than the other materials. So if I can manage to get iridium mining specifically, that should alleviate this some. I do know we're low on sulfur as well, but right now I'm kind of looking at the iridium problem, and if I fix the sulfur first, what's going to end up happening is it's just going to be another strain on the iridium, since it takes 1 iridium ore per explosive powder. So I'm kind of going with ignore the problem for now and pretend it's okay. And deal with the other problem first. But if I can get enough iridium for a drill, I wonder if I put a drill in here, there's a really good chance this would get me iridium. Hey, Crystal. How you doing? Alright. You know, plan to put it down here, just to be sure, because this feels like the most likely spot to give me iridium. And we have not found any of the hidden chests yet. I also haven't honestly put a whole lot of time or effort into working on looking at them. I would suspect a lot of it's going to be just going over places I had already previously explored. Let's just grab what we can while we're here. Huh. I can't tell if this area is opening up more and more as time's going on. But I mean, for the time being, we don't have any materials that I haven't already located. Unless we haven't found a means to use the drills to get more... Let's check. I'm pretty sure that's the one we've already explored. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, the door's already gone. Yeah, so we're good. It's just, I think, a different angle than I've looked at that previously, so it seemed... Yeah, I think I've gone to this area from the other side all this way. Oh, that's a vine. We should check what's at the top of that vine. Yes, let's check what's at the top of the vine. Oh, well, that's honestly not as exciting as I was hoping. It's just a shortcut down if you want it. I was hoping it's taking us to a new ledge that we hadn't previously reached. Let's do a little loop over here. See if we spot any other new vines. Because I keep forgetting about the vines as a means of getting to new areas. I don't remember this ramp. Yeah, I've definitely not been up here. Energy multiplier, that's a good one. I'll grab that anyways. Okay. But I wonder if, like, the hidden chest and all that. I thought you got a iridium from Uranite? Yes, I was wondering if we could get dedicated iridium. Because proportionally speaking, between the superalloy, the uranium, and the iridium, I am consuming the iridium at a much faster rate than the others. What are you mining again? Ah, the bauxite. I am consuming the iridium at a much faster pace than the others, so it would be good for me to get, if possible, a dedicated iridium source to balance it out more. Because otherwise I'm just going to need more and more drones to throw the other materials into the trash while waiting for the iridium. Alright. Because I can get like 1 or 2 dedicated iridium drills that should very quickly start to fix our issues with all that. Okay, so let's pop in here. Drink our water. So I did get a bunch for iridium rods. Okay, put the rest in here as loose iridium. And they immediately made an iridium rod. We've got the circuits. I can drop those off. We have explosive powder. I can drop one of those off. We've got the energy multiplier, which is good. The fertilizer we can drop off. Is that mutagen 3? No, mutagen 2, which is good because I don't think we're getting very much of that. Would you let me actually get your storage, please? There we go. We can go up to the roof. And drop off you into any of these. It doesn't matter which one. Yeah, so all those are getting full, so we've substantially increased that. So I need a superalloy rod, an osmium rod, and whatnot. So let's go superalloy, there's 2. Osmium, there's 2. And then we would need 3 titanium each, so let's say 6 titanium. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because regardless of if we put it here or someplace else, let's go to the volcano. If things work out well, it'll potentially give us just straight up iridium. If they don't work out as well, it means I'm likely getting obsidian. If it's obsidian, I'm going to pick up the drills because I don't need that much more. I do use it, but only barely. If that were the case, I'm not sure where I would put the next one. I'd probably put one on the sulfur. But the Uranite seems to be keeping up. I could see potentially putting another one of the Uranite and just putting yet another ore extractor. Again, I don't think that would be the best move, but it would at least give me some increase in the output. So let's just start up here. If it puts you right there, wherever you'll snap, what do you say my options are? Sulfur. So that's a no. So just go deeper. Yeah, it goes back out to the world. That's a dead end. I want to find that other underground lava-ish area. Oh, we've got another vine. Got some iridium. We've got some aluminum. That's a dead end over there. It's also a dead end over there. I'll leave the rest. Okay. Right, now I got another vine that goes down here, and I doubt it's going to be out here that we'll want stuff. Alright, got more frog eggs as options. Okay, let's try here. Box it. And down here is not looking promising. Box it. Is there a spot in the lava flows? This is gonna be more box it here, isn't it? It might just be that you can't get it directly, that you have to go through the other processes, which is fine if it is the case. It just won't be nearly as efficient, so that's fine. So let's try and get back up top. It's looking like this is a bust. So if we get back up top here, we can potentially get all this done, because that's not going to be it. Well, that was a disappointment. I was hoping by just putting it in with all the other iridium out here, or, yeah, where we find all the iridium ore, that I would just be able to mine the iridium directly. So I'm going to drop one of the drills over here by the sulfur, and I'm going to drop another drill by the uranite, and we're going to put another ore extractor and just try and pick up the rate we're getting iridium that way. I think that'll be fine. It'll put a much heavier load on the drones, but I don't really see another way around it. The reality is, if I can't mine it directly, I gotta make do with everything else. Okay, so here's you and sulfur and provide the network. And then I can pop down here, top off our water, teleport back to the uranite, drop a drill there, and then I can put an ore extractor on the roof to try and help out a little bit more. Yeah, considering how much is locked behind this, it's not super surprising that this ends up being a big contributor. Alright, so I still do have 3 iridium rods because we found it, so that's good news. With that many iridium rods, I can potentially build one of the really good heaters that I was saying I'd like to get those going. Oh, assuming I've got the explosive powder, which is not a safe assumption. Drop you off. We have the energy boosting things. Let's run over there to where my power plants are, because that should massively increase our power output. Cool, so that'll save me having to build more power plants anytime soon. Now if we check our power, I'm at 19,000, so we're doing a little bit alright there. Still a long ways to go till mammals. We're on that home stretch, and the home stretch does take a little while. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see here. So we got mutagen 2 and 1. We've got the Lirma, which is a full box. I can drop off the rocket engines. Alright, so I've got you, and I need 3 explosive powder, which we definitely have the stuff here. Do I have... Okay, so we are getting explosive powder. That at least verifies that we are producing it. It's just being consumed by something. Which is fine, because eventually that means whatever that something is will get resolved. If we take out our thing that collapses our patterns real fast, so we can see all of them, okay, so it does have 1 explosive powder, so I need 2 explosive powder. Yeah, so I need one iridium rod, 2 explosive powder. So basically I'll need, for each one of those I want to replace, I'll need 3 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And that should be enough for 3 of them to be upgraded. And then I will need 6 explosive powder. So you pop over here. 1, 2... Wait, never mind. It's 6, so it's 1 of those, and then I would need a bunch of sulfur. Where did I put the sulfur box? Is it right over here? No, it's on the other side of this, right? Alright, well, let's go grab our... What is it? 10 sulfur we need. And with that, I should be able to replace 5 of these with the upgraded ones. Let's see, just finished both the last streams on YouTube. Thanks for relaxing content. No problem. Thank you so much for checking out YouTube. I actually haven't looked to see how the numbers are doing for this on YouTube, because very genuinely I'm pretty bad about just kind of leaving the YouTube content as it is, which just comes from the fact I don't normally get much participation on the YouTube front. So, where you're getting progress, success, motivation, whatever you want is probably where you're gonna put your time, yada yada. But I have been hearing more and more people talking about, catching up stuff on YouTube and Planet Crafter. So it may be that I really need to go over there and see how it's doing more. Because, I used to do lots of edited content for YouTube, and it just kind of never really took off. So I did have that point where it's like, okay, I only have so many hours to give in a day. Where do I want to apply that work to get the most return for my investment so far as time? And so I stopped doing a lot of the YouTube stuff. At least the sulfur we find it fast, because they haven't done a good job of cleaning this area out. Okay, so that should give me enough to make the other heaters. But yeah, no, I always like to keep the YouTube content available. There's a couple different reasons. One of those reasons are just very simply, I'll have people say, oh man, I'd love to see you play Subnautica someday. And it's like, yeah, I've done that multiple times to the channel, don't you worry. But having the VODs on YouTube does let me turn around when it's like a game that I don't really see a reason to revisit because I've kind of already done it. And because I already know it, people aren't going to get the content they want watching me replay it because I've already seen it. Being able to have that, you can turn around and be like, hey, here's the content that you want to see, where it's the first time playing through. And with Subnautica, it's not. Unfortunately, the first time I played Subnautica was before streaming. No, wait, was it before streaming? No, I don't think that's actually true. But I did it before I had the YouTube stuff. Oh, you're bigger than I thought. It made it look like it's really compressed, and it's the opposite of that. That's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, no, that's they did announce that it's next year. We're gonna have Subnautica 2 or whatever is gonna be coming out. Which I'm looking forward to a lot, because Subnautica was definitely one of those games that it fell into the category that I played just a little bit and said, hang on, I'm going to need to have a really big amount of time to dedicate to this game. Like, and this is for me individually having nothing to do with stream. And so it's like, okay, I'm just going to need to have way more time to actually be able to play this. And then just didn't play it for a super long time because I was just under the impression that I needed an absolutely ridiculous amount of time. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I need way more explosive powder. Which is more sulfur not. But, so, like, I was under the impression that it was going to be one of these games like Satisfactory or Factorio, where doing a playthrough could take you hundreds of hours or some nonsense, and I held off playing it because of that. And I don't remember what it was that actually got me to sit down and be like, no, I can, I'll go play it now. But I had people convince me to try it, like, actually commit time to it. I think it was just, like, a slow time on the channel so far as, like, new games not dropping. It's like, okay, like, I'm still scared to start this and not have the time to see it through. It ended up being nowhere near as long as I thought it was. Which, normally that sounds like a bad thing, but in that particular case it wasn't, just because I'm like, there's a lot of games that kind of overstay their welcome that you start playing them, and you're like, this is amazing. And then, you know, you're on your 100, 200th hour, and you're like, you know what? I'm kind of over it. And I felt Subnautica did a really good job of kind of finding a nice middle ground there, where there's enough there that you don't feel like you really needed more, but there's also not so much there that you're kind of sitting there going, you know, get on with it. And that's sometimes a really hard balance to strike. There's been a number of games I have played over the years that you're like, this is a fun game, but I need all of these things to go like twice as fast. Because as much as I'm enjoying it, like, it is feeling like it's starting to drag. Or just the reverse, you play a game and you're like, this is great, but I ran out of stuff to do way too fast. Like, I finished what was there, and I really find myself longing for more. And I do feel like there isn't a actual this is the sweet spot kind of thing, because I think it varies player to player. But I felt Subnautica really kind of hit the balance. You weren't as impressed with Below Zero? I would say I still think Below Zero is an excellent game, but between Subnautica Original and Below Zero is definitely the weaker offering. Subnautica 2 has a different... Yeah, like, it's actually titled Subnautica 2. So it's not, hey, this is kind of the second one. It's, no, this is literally Subnautica 2. But yeah, no, I want to say, was it first quarter 2025 it's coming out? Is there first or second quarter? I can't remember. But there was just a post about it on the Discord last night or yesterday, I think. Ooh, was it Burn and Sun who posted about it? I don't remember who posted about it. Okay, let's keep getting these heaters online. I just realized I made all those things, and I actually needed 3 of the iridium rods or whatever each. So that wasn't necessary. Well, that was probably a waste. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and put you into overflow, because I want to actually keep those. Is there something else I want to use the iridium rod for before I put it away? Because when I put it away, it's getting consumed immediately for making a rocket engine. I don't think I have immediate desire to make another drill. What about your extractor? Okay, so you don't need an iridium rod. And I'm not going to make a lower level one of those. No, I guess we're fine. Alright, I'm just going to chuck it in the iridium rod box, and it's gone forever. Okay. So we now have even better Froggo eggs. That's fish eggs. Even better Froggo eggs. Or not. Yeah, so these are 350s. That's tier 3 mutagen. Generic frog eggs and all that. Okay, so I need some plankton C. 1, 2, 3. Let's make it 4. So four of those, 4 mutagen 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. How are we doing in silk? That's starting to pile up. Oh yeah, so we're gonna get some fish going soon, like just to get more of those because they've fallen behind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, put those back. I don't know if that's what I need. Yes, it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so the best fish eggs I can get are the same ones I could pull out of the other thing. So to make the fish farms, let's grab by quantity 3. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We'll start with 4. So 4, I will need 8 bioplast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 8? No, that's 8. And I will need 4 plankton A, because I'll also get rid of some of these plankton A's. 2, 3, 4. And then I will need Feeessh. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna go ahead and do a whole bunch. It just says early access 2025. Gotcha. Animal food is unlocked. Feesh. And Feesh. And Feesh. And Feesh. All right. So, okay, so that's animal food tier 1. We only have one more frog eggs to unlock from that aspect. We have finished with our animal stuff, so weirdly, insects are actually the one behind. So literally, there's only that one last set of frog eggs to unlock through biomass, and all we have left now is the animal stuff. We do have a little while left till we get the animal shelter, but to get that, we're very much on the home stretch of just trying to get all that going as best we can. In the meantime, I need to keep these all going. To keep the frogs moving. Then we'll need to start sequencing DNA and yada yada yada. Still not getting a bunch of stuff automatically. And we've got the bees coming in. So let's go ahead and check on this thing. Do you have more fish sitting in there? Yes, we do. We'll check that periodically to grab the fish eggs out of it, because for some reason, it does seem like it gets stuck and doesn't empty out. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we need, it was 2 bioplast each, so 6 bioplast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 3 plankton A. 1, 2, 3. All right. But yeah, so the beauty of the frog, or the fish things, is literally it gives us a bonus to everything except heat, which is fine. So they're kind of a nice generic make everything better, even though they're not amazing at any of it. But it is a nice supplement where no matter what your limiting factor is, you can manage. Wait, was it Galaxy? Oh, that's not that impressive. Alright, because then we can go ahead and put those into storage and yada yada yada. So go into the larva one, drop all these in. Grab you two out, drop you in the extractor and extract. Grab you out, drop you in. Because while that's going, we might unlock this last set of frog eggs, which is here. Probably not. But the idea is we want to keep trying to get the better and better and better frog eggs, because that does mean when I make our more habitats, we'll get more out of them. Because these are animals of 825. The aquarium is only animals 65. The butterflies doesn't even count towards animals at all. So you get the idea. Right now, those amphibian farms are my primary benefit for animals, which is the big thing I need for terraforming. And plus, the animal, like, these actually do contribute to heat, pressure, and plants as well. The later ones that kind of have that holistic, they help everything, which gets things moving faster. But then if we look at our unlocks, the very last unlock we get is at 2.25 TTI. And then I believe at that point we'll get, you know, some type of message notification or something. And I'm assuming this is working the same way as the not DLC. Where it'll be like, hey, when you hit this point, you know, the planet's considered terraformed and you can leave, kind of thing. Now, what's interesting about this one versus the other one was the other one we found like this whole like conspiracy mystery thing going on the planet. I won't spoil any of that. This one we've seen nothing of that sort. This one, instead, the story seems to be that there is a competition between the company that we are serving our sentence with, and this other company. So let's see, tier 4, tier 2. And I'll need 4 of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we will need the tier 2 fertilizer. And so it's like you are trying to outrun the other one. Granted, in all game mechanics, there's not actually a race happening. So fertilizer's here somewhere. There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need the water. 1, 2. I'll need more than that. Common larva. I'm suddenly realizing I probably don't have enough of that. 1, 2. So we'll want to go grab some of those. Okay. So with that, we want to go 1, 2, 3. So that'll give us the good eggs. Alright, so we need more water and we need more larvae. I'm going to go ahead and see if we just have the larvae over here, because that would be convenient. We do not. You are set to provide, right? Yep. Let's reset that in case where we saw stuff was missing. Maybe it'll get added there. The problem is I need 2 more common larvae. The thing to get those to spawn, I'm going to want to get away from this area because there's just way too much visual noise to see anything. And then we could just potentially pick up some larvae for a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just pop down here. Osmium seems like a good place to look. Yeah, so we hang out here for a minute. The bugs should start appearing. And we just want a couple of the common larva. That's the reason I didn't go to like the really nice place. Oh, good. So we're just having random frogs show up in our world now. That's lovely to see. Yeah, so I need to look for generic eggs very often. You can make the common larva, and I might do that. It's just... they're kind of costly in materials, and so it really demotivates you from wanting to do that. I might just do that, though, because I'm not seeing a single larva now. Alright, let's just do it. I didn't want to because, like I said, it's costly in materials like mutagens and all that, which is always a bummer, but it's fine. Okay, so to make a common larva, it's a mutagen 3 and a plankton B and a tier 2 fertilizer. Well, we're gonna wait for that until I need it, so we're gonna go ahead and do the frog eggs in the meantime. Keep getting more of these set up, because every one of these does pick up the pace that we are making our animals and all that happen. So there's that. Because yeah, everything at this phase is but more, but more, but more. In the base game, there's 3 different endings. However, this one we haven't had the implication that there is anymore. We've already read all the Sentinel messages. We haven't gone through the other lore. Mission briefing, extremely confidential. Your task requires the utmost discretion. Starform Robotics is currently deploying their new autonomous terraforming system on this planet. They are using various drones and technologies to do so. You need to understand, analyze, and find their technology, and do what you can to interfere with their progress. Ideally, corrupting the drones and making them non-functional. Once done, leave the planet as discreetly as possible. Sentinel Corp. Let's see, we need to outrun Sentinel Corp with our autonomous terraforming technology. They said over and over, but the robots just aren't ready yet. They forced me to send my little babies so far away, but they won't make it. Even if I create them as best I can to be able to terraform a planet, we just needed a little more time. Is there a chance one of them misses me? The task is harder than I thought. Those drones aren't really smart, and most of the time, they aren't doing their task with great intelligence. It's not always easy to hide the modifications I did on them, and how I lured them or hacked them, but I already handled some of them. The Starform Robotics technology is really impressive. No wonder Sentinel Corp is scared. Terraforming task. Looking for best possible place to install Starform Robotics autonomous terraforming technology. Last status. Processing internal data. Log. Is this task even doable? Why would we want to change the planet? What is the current status of DR-23? I'm going offline mode. Even the robot's like, you made it. It's like, I'm not doing this. I'm out. If our informations are correct, the planet should be filled with new technology that could make us all rich. This planet seems to hold some kind of terraformation tech that loads of high-quality materials. Approaching the planet. Wait, what was that? They have a protection system? Aborting landing process. Aborting landing process. Alright, well, I have no idea about any of that. Okay. So we're just gonna go ahead and start the next one going. I don't remember seeing any type of alien anything. We just had the basic robotics garbage that's just strewn about the world over. Okay, so I need 2 more water. We'll see if we have that in storage yet. Nope. Alright, getting another water production building. What would that cost me? 3 bioplast. We can make that happen nice and easy. 1, 2, 3. And aluminum. A super alloy. And a magnesium. There we go. Did I actually grab it? Nope. Alright. So as you can see, I'm just kind of in that scale-up mode where I'm running out of something. Okay, let's make more of it. Because ultimately, if at any point I'm just like, oh, I'm short on this, all I'm going to do is turn around and make another fusion power plant, and that's just what we're going to do. Okay, so we can go ahead and get that. So now I'm at the point where I actually do need the common larva. So let's try running outside again, check the habitat thing, whatever this is called. Yeah, we just have another butterfly. For whatever reason, it just seems like the drones will not empty that thing. Which, I know I've complained about a couple of times, is just such a thing that bogs down the entire system. Okay. Alright, so again, for the common ones, so I need 2 plankton B, 2 fertilizer 2. So we'll start with that. So plankton, 2 plankton B. We need 2 fertilizer 2. And I believe it was mutagen 3, which we don't have a whole lot of. Yeah, so you're making the common larva and all that. There's 1 water. I wish there was a way to automate some of those buildings too. It is one of those things that down the road won't be a thing we even have to think about. Yes, all these are looking good. The heat machines, yeah, okay, they're still going up. Yeah, so we've got all that has unlocked. We need to look at what the animal food production is to do all that. The insects are getting really close to getting the last tier of the frogs. Yeah, so we need all that animal stuff. And then I'll need to be working on the gene sequencing, which will be another thing. And the gene sequencing, I've already got most of that in there. What we'll probably do is once we get to the point of actually having animals, I'm going to tell it literally to grab anything and everything that can go into that and just say, hey, just do it all. And there's the other water. Yeah, because we have this gene sequencer over here that gives us that. We actually probably won't even need to do that much. Very quickly with the gene sequencer, when you get the shelters, I can start taking the DNA from the animals directly. Like, you pet them and it just gives you DNA because reasons. And we can start working on that. Let's go ahead and start working on the next one. So we have the species. We have color B. We'll do color A. We have a variant and bioluminescence. Drop all this in here. So I need both the patterns and size. And so for pattern and size, we could look here. So I've got a couple of the crops will give us, or a couple of the plants will give us size. The uncommon larva will give us size. And then the frog eggs will give us one of the patterns. And then the really fancy bugs will give us some of the other patterns. Let's see, the drones will only empty things you have home for. And the ecosystem can produce larvae before you can unlock their recipe. So you can't home them yet. It's a weird design. Gotcha, so it might be literally I just need to go through and double check to make sure. Yeah, I'll probably just need to do that. Go to like the larva, make sure it's got everything in there and all that. Like, it would also be nice that once you've already got something added to be sent to a place, it wouldn't show again. So like if I went in and I had this thing, I said, okay, well I want all the crystals to go here, and I added one of the crystals, but the second one wasn't available yet. Once I added, say, solar gems or solar quartz, the solar quartz wouldn't show anymore when I go to add the next one. Okay. So that's a genetic extractor. Yeah, so we're missing some butterflies here. We're missing a lot of butterflies here. I don't foresee myself using more of the butterfly stuff. So we can add the bees. And there, we'll just click on all of them, just go through. Because like once we get to the big animals, we're not going to be using these for anything else. Silkworm was one of them? Silkworm was not, so I need to... No, actually it was. That's fine. Just to redo everything now. Because there's also, as far as I've been able to see, not a way to remove stuff from the list. So you have uncommon, and it does take silkworm. It will take rare. I don't see you. So we go ahead and add the golden seed. Yes, I don't actually see the Lorpin. Or the other one. I know you are one. We do have the gold and that one, so there's you and you. We have almost all the frog eggs. We're not going to add those yet, just because of what's there. Okay, so we have the golden, the Volnus. We have the Orima or whatever it is. We have the Tuska. I've already got that added. We'll get the green one there. We get the yellow one. We don't use the Lirma. The crystals I'm going to leave out of it because I'm going to want those for gate stuff. And then it looks like all of the frog eggs can be added. We're going to wait on the frog eggs. But the fish eggs, there's 6 options there. And there's 5 options here. So the fish eggs, it looks like we can just cut those loose. And it should be basically everything. Oh, are we doing a thing where we're dropping off the larvae and then taking them back? If you hold control. Yeah, I do wish that filter screen could use just a little bit of love. But even with those set to consume, a lot of times it wasn't giving me so. Now granted, I am seeing it drop off of there. In the meantime, that does mean when it comes to the larva over here, that we're going to ultimately not be wanting these in here anymore. So you're now set to supply. And that's going to fill this up. And we'll go ahead and put the genes in here. Okay, so you need size and both the textures. So there's size and 1 texture. And then the other texture is that one. And what do I need to get that texture? So that texture comes from the frog eggs. That's basically what it is. You get the other skin pattern from the frog eggs. Okay. Before I go too hard on that, do I have... Probably need to keep that speeding up. Yeah, the insects are going along fine. We'll have another unlock soon for our frog eggs. Let's not worry too much about getting that going. Yeah, I do wish there was a way here where I could go in here and say, hey, actually, I don't want the Penga. But there's only delete everything. Or that you could go in here and say, hey, actually, these generic frog eggs, I'd like to remove those. Which I shouldn't have right-clicked that, because that added them. That's still fine, I can just check the machine before I delete it. Okay, so. We need more Froggos. That's fine. And that was for more frog stuff. We will need Plankton C, Mutagen 4, and Fertilizer. Let's just go to Plankton C. Let's shuffle this. Give me all the Plankton C. Give me the same amount of Mutagen 4. And the same amount of Fertilizer. And get to work. Okay, so DNA Manipulator. How much would you cost to make me a second one? An oxygen. Okay, that's cheap. So let's get that oxygen. It'll probably be either in the storage cabinet or on the roof. There you go. Okay, so we've got that. And then we will need... Where'd you go? Yeah, the incubator. So the tree bark is easy. Tier 2, and then alloy. Alloy will be in the box. A tier 2 fertilizer will be over here somewhere. There you are. And then we can go into our room back here and grab a tree bark. And get ourselves a second incubator so I'm not having to sit there and hover over that one. Meanwhile, I go boom, boom, boom. Process. Provide the network. Provide the network. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, stop that, stop that. That was dumb of me. Okay, so I need the tier 2 fertilizer, or tier 4 fertilizer again. And I need the Plankton C again. No, I don't. It's fine. Need a tier 1 fertilizer. Now we need to go over here. Do not provide the network. Alright, so we're starting to get that all wound up, and that'll be good. Yeah, I just wish there was a way to automate the DNA sequencing kind of stuff, though. You'd be like, hey, just keep making frog eggs. Let's see, so I need one more mutagen, one more fertilizer, one. That's making the generic frog eggs. Pretty soon we'll want to switch those over. I'm trying to hold out till this last unlock happens here, because my hope is that last egg unlock will be just a better egg than we've had so far. If that is the case, then that should go a long way for us. Okay. But in the meantime, we're processing all those over. Alright, how is our iridium doing? Are we starting to get more iridium rods? I can put more heaters up in the meantime? We can actually check the rockets first. Yes, we're getting pretty close on the rockets. And once we get there, we should start having the iridium rods at a higher rate. 43. And I can make more incubators. I'm trying to hold off because I don't want to get to the point where I'm like literally stepping back and forth and just feeding the incubators. Have we been getting more fish eggs yet? Probably not, because they don't seem to want to empty those out for me. So we have the golden. We have that kind. We have this kind. Let's see if they start getting those. Because then I can start sitting there, and as we get the fish eggs, let's put down more and more fish farms to help. Okay. take a look at this thing. Alright, let's get 2 more fish farms going. That's 6 more silk, and we can get all that. Hey, Brill Dane, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Let me hit that button real fast. How was your stream today and all that, and what were you streaming? But it's good to have you. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I'm juggling numbers in my head at the moment, so I need 2 plankton, eh? But how was your stream today? Do anything fun or exciting over there? What were you playing? All good stuff. But welcome in. For those who don't know Brildane, if we can get shot already on it. Brildane's an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole lot of stuff, like has played RimWorld, has played Project Zomboid, has played a whole range of other good stuff. Definitely someone we're checking out. Has a very strong, like, Invader Zim-esque vibe, which is really fun. So I definitely recommend, if you haven't had the chance, check them out. But, so what were you up to today? Sorry, I'm, like, running around in a row. We're at, like, the home stretch in the game where we're just about to unlock mammals. So I am trying my best to just make bigger, faster, better. You know how it be. Sometimes you just gotta make bigger, faster, better. It's kind of like big number get bigger, but, you know, biology. So good. I was playing A Quiet Place. Super duper sick. So it was easy for you? Gotcha. I'm not familiar with A Quiet Place. I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. I unfortunately know that feel. But, I do hope you feel better. So again, check out Brildane, drop the follow and all that stuff. Now, for everyone popping in here who is unfamiliar with the game Planet Crafter, let me give you a quick comparison. Let's fly over here real fast, and I'm gonna quickly open up a save that I made that's right at the beginning of the world to kind of give you an idea of what this game looks like. Because what you're seeing right now is very late game, where we're almost done with terraforming, versus where you start at. If you've ever played games like Satisfactory or Factorio or any of those kind of games where you start off and you have this lovely, wonderful looking planet, everything is healthy and green, and then you factory a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, and it gets to be not quite as nice as time goes on, maybe a little bit smoggy, maybe a little bit of dead plant life, especially in Factorio, where the trees will literally die around your factory as time goes on because the pollution gets to be too high. So just keep in mind, what we're going to do right here is I'm going to jump into this pod, because this is where you start the game. So get that view right there. We're going to save. I'm going to exit to main menu for just a minute, and we're going to open up this save. Is it going to cinematic us again? Yeah, we don't want to deal with that. This is that same view when we start the game. And whereas running around and all our air was fine, if I step outside here, our air very rapidly depletes. Everything is dead. It's awful. It's terrible. It's cold. You get the idea. I'm going to go and save there so you don't have to watch that cinematic every time. Alright, Brildane, you take it easy. Versus, again, when you load up the planet where I'm at now, this is that same exact view, where there's grass, it's green, it's lush, the sky is blue, there's no more giant glacial areas anymore, we've got a wonderful beach behind us. So it's cool, and it's little by little. So, like, when you first start, you go from having no sky to it starts to gradually kind of turn a deep red to eventually a purple to a blue, and it starts looking nice, and then little by little the ground starts going from rocky and craggy and stony to being moss covered, and then you start getting little patches of grass, and now you'll see like little butterflies flying around and frogs and such. It's really slick. Yeah, so again, you feel better, Brildane. Thank you again for the raid, I really appreciate it. When you start, there's no water on the planet at all, and now I've got these lakes all over the place. And this map legitimately gets an ocean. But the whole gist of the game is that you are someone who's been convicted of a crime, and to serve out your punishment, you must terraform a planet. Now, the game never gets into, did you actually commit the crime, how bad was the crime, or anything like that. You don't have that knowledge, so you can kind of kind of write your own story on it. You know, maybe you were a truly awful and despicable person, and then this is a fairly light sentence. Maybe you got, you know, you jaywalked. You perhaps broke your local HOA rules. Who knows? It could be anywhere in between. You can make it whatever you want it to be. But the point is, as your punishment, you gotta go ahead and deal with terraforming a whole planet. You returned a book late at the library and didn't pay your fees. Like, you could choose it to be anywhere in between. But the point is, you're stuck on this planet, you gotta terraform it. All in all, you're expected to fail, but they don't really care, because if you fail, they just send the next person to pick up where you left off. Okay, we'll start working on terraforming or getting ourselves some better Froggos. So if it seems like there's an overwhelming amount of stuff that's happening, we're at the end of the game kind of thing. So that is just one of those things that happens in these games that very genuinely, it's like Satisfactory. When you first start playing Satisfactory, it's very easy to follow that you've got like some ore, you bang on the ore a little bit, you take it to a thing, and then you bang on the ore, it becomes, you know, an ingot, and then you bang on the ingot and it becomes a plate, and you go, man, it really sucks to have to do this manually. So you build a drill, and then that drill makes it so it's a little less menial. And just little by little, it gets to be more and more. Okay, so I need 3 more fertilizer 2s. But so where we're at in the game is I am making I'm making frog eggs, and then making little frog terrariums or whatever, and doing that. Oh man, I forgot I need common larvae. How close are you to set up? So we'll get these ones going, and I'm gonna see if I can't try and find some common larvae. We tried to do that earlier and had no luck, and I can make them, but it's another thing I need to make in the machine, and I'd rather not, because normally they're very easy to find. Okay, so super alloy. Let's just go over here. So I'm looking for a place where, no, maybe not over here. I'm looking for a place where I think I'm going to be able to get a hold of bugs really easily. You know what? I bet you if we go up here in the cave by that giant tree, maybe we'll see them. Okay, so the hope is we can go up here, and that we'll see that exact thing I just picked up off the ground. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. That's a rare one. That's still useful. Okay, so this is proving to be an okay spot for it, because the other place we went, we stood around for a while and had, like, none show up. Because they just do appear around where you're hanging out over time. But we're picking up bug larvae, because I need those for making the frog terrariums, as well as they're useful for other things. Which those weren't available at the beginning of the game. As you make the planet nicer and nicer, eventually you start finding the bug larvae. And, you know, moving things forward. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're getting those really fast. See, this was my comment previously, was like, I don't want to craft the bug larva in the machine, because they're such a readily available resource normally, that I could craft them, but in the time it takes me to craft 1 or 2 of them, not even counting the supplies I burn on making them, I could just run around in a circle for like a couple of minutes and have a full inventory really quickly. It's just where I went last time, we weren't seeing them for whatever reason. But it looks like this is a good spot. Let's grab 1 more. And after that one more, we can just go ahead and get out of here. Alright, so with that we can make a couple of the amphibian, terrarium, whatever they're called. We've got some rare ones which we can turn into genetic material for different species variations when we get to mammals. And the uncommon one's the same thing. So we can go to this machine and say, hey. Right. So I gotta watch that. I definitely don't want to dispose of the frog eggs. So we can go ahead and drop the uncommon and the rares in there. Let's grab those frog eggs out of here and the common one out of there. Okay. So with that, I need fertilizer 1s and a bunch of that. But in the meantime, before we get into all that, get the next set of eggs going. And the next set of eggs going. Alright, so let's grab like 5 water. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll make it 4 so I have enough inventory space. And 4 fertilizer. Let's run outside, make some more frog terrarium things, and keep going with that. So as you can see, we are making all of the frogs. All of the frogs. So 1. Hold that thought. We apparently do not have enough power to run that. That was not something I was expecting to run into. So let's pop in here real fast, and let's drop off those larvae. Cool. And I will need 5 pulsar crystals, which should be here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's grab 8 super alloy, so we can make ourselves 2 more power plants. Did we really run out of power that fast? No, that can't be right. We have 16,000 power. How did we run out of power? It's fine. I'm already holding the materials for more, so let's just make more. Yeah, I'll make 2 more fusion generators. And then we'll try and figure out what's going on. Where are you at? There you are. Okay. I don't understand, but we keep hearing the power doing all sorts of things, despite having no shortage of extra. But as long as I can just build more power and make it all better, I don't really care. Yeah, because now it's saying you got 19,000. Okay, so let's see here. We want to, get the common larva now, which hopefully haven't all been thrown into the box. Cool. Then grab those. I'll deal with you in a moment. So we go out here and make more of these things. And there isn't like a battery storage or something you need to do or whatever. It's just not the style of game this is. You don't hook up your solar panels and then you need to store and then nighttime happens. Weirdly, like the solar panels are implied to have the batteries built in to sustain them forever. So it's just one of those things that they just work. Okay, so we've got 4 more of those. We could run over here real quick and deal with all this stuff. Just extract those. We can go to you and drop your stuff off. For more frogs. I'll need 2 water. Let's go ahead and go 1, 2, 3, 4 anyways. 4 fertilizer 1s. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The other thing we can work on is making more of the fish farms. We're kind of ping-ponging back and forth with that because it is the animals that are my primary bottleneck for the time being. Alright. And do we have more fish eggs already stored? We do not. So we wanted to check our fish farm slot. See, anytime you build anything on the power grid, the power enhancing fuse will briefly turn off. Basically, if you don't have the fuse, wouldn't have had power, but only a few frames before it recalculates, it's fine. Okay, gotcha. I figured it might be something along those lines, since it did seem to come back, but it was just a little confusing in the fact that I heard the power drop, and I'm like, but I have literal thousands of power extra. That shouldn't be a problem. But it's good to know it is, like, literally just the game redoing its calculation, so only for a fraction of a second goes, oh wait, we got a problem, and then goes, never mind, we're fine. Oh, did I not do the other one yet? Come on. Okay. But yeah, at the very end of this game, there is a little bit of a slog where there's only so fast you can kind of do some things. And so it is just one of those kind of things where it's add one, add one, add one, keep going. How are we doing on those rocket engines? Another thing you can do is launch off a crap ton of rockets to help with it. I'm trying not to because Iridium is proving to be a problem. And one thing I've noticed in this one versus this is the DLC. The not DLC, it was easier to find place to just put down a drill in a specific spot. Oh, are you not configured to provide? No, you are. Do I not have enough drones to keep up anymore? That's what it's looking like. Okay, so where we had turned off drone production for a little while, because I'm just getting too many drones, that's looking like it's no longer the case, that I just need more drones as my production has increased. So you turn those back on. That's going to cause a lot more Iridium problems because we are now gobbling up our engines, but with everything slowing down again, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so that should be the last of the frog eggs for the moment until I get our batch ready. So I need 2 water and 2 fertilizer 1s. Let's see, 2 fertilizer 1s. And we can get those online. And I could spread these things out more. It doesn't really matter where you build them so long as you have room. But there is something comical about having like all your fish in one place or butterflies, where you go in the area and you just get overwhelmed. On the downside is, it can kind of murder your frame rate a little if it gets too out of hand. But, you know, sometimes you just make bad decisions. Yes, you're at 93% and there was not one in here, correct. Okay, so a water, a fertilizer 1, and that should catch us up on the frog eggs we've got right now. Okay, and all of that, it's making that terraform index above me go just a little bit faster. Alright. So we're still got a little while till we have the animal shelter. We're getting really close to getting the next tier up in frog eggs. I have not looked at what the animal food requirements are. So it's honey, beans, and common larva. That sucks. So I'm going to want to get that production online right away. So let's start getting all that sorted out. So 1, 2 of you. I will need a circuit. Then we can go down here somewhere. Where's a good spot for it? Probably just... Oh, you know what? Where's all our animal stuff? It's full. I was basically looking for an open spot that I could shove in our storage container. That's going to be our animal feed container. Animal feed. We go to you and say, I would like you to take the supply of animal feed for the time being, because we can start getting that produced ahead of time. And that way, if I do that, when it comes time that I actually do need it, I should have a bunch already on standby. Okay, so it looks like osmium might be struggling a little bit. Meanwhile, for the animal feed, I've already forgotten what I need for it. Let's drop it here and see if it just kicks off that everything's in range. Okay, so animal feed, honey, common larva, and beans, I think will be in range there. Let's drop off the stuff. I might need more beehives. And then the downside is this thing's trying to get the common larva as well. We might stop with the genetic stuff for a moment there. Yeah, you just needed the pattern. Da-da-da-da. Not seeing that other pattern here anywhere. Can I tell you just to grab stuff automatically? No. I was gonna see if I could tell it to bring stuff in on its own. And have we found any frog eggs on their own? We have not. Have we found any fish eggs on their own? No, we have not. And you are configured, right? Yeah, you've got all 5 there. And for the frog eggs, you only have 2 varieties at the moment, so grab the genetic. Grab those as well. We have the bees. So let's go ahead, and I'm assuming it's going to be the honey that's falling behind. Wait, there's a way to find out. Don't I have a honey box here? We are not falling behind in honey, for the record. That's definitely not the problem. Okay. So let's look at what the animal feed is again and try and figure out what we're short on. So, beans, common larva, and honey. It's gonna be the beans, that's right. We weren't using hardly any before, but now we're probably absolutely blasting them, so... No, we've got beans. And in common larva, we also dropped off in here. It might have just been the common larva. Let's go pop up top. Never mind, they're gonna be shipped right... Actually, did I configure it to export? I did not. Okay, so we have the iridium and all that here. Animal feeds right there.
Thank you, old Captain Gill, for subscribing for 12 months.
Thank you, Captain Gill, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying your last year of advertising-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Thank you again so much for supporting it. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so, honey's here. We will need to expand it on for the honey. So honey's here. That might be the one that's out of range, because that's our food crafter there. So below you, you've got the beans are... The beans are there. The larva's there. I'm going to assume it is... The honey is not in range. So let's grab 3 of these. We can grab 3 of these. And then we can go over here and check on the super alloy and see if you got... There's not a bunch in there at the moment. Let's go check for super alloy here. 1, 2, 3. No, it's just 2. And I can go up to that second floor. And I should be able to go over here and make another extension to this area. And then we just need to put down some floors. But in the meantime, grab you. And I'll move you over here. And that should put you in range of everything. There we go. And now let's try setting you to feed. Perfect. We're good. Alright. That way we start getting that animal food being made so that when we do hit mammals, we're just ready to rock and roll. We're about halfway there. And you are right about to get me the next set of frogs. Let's eat some food. Top off our food. What is the food required? Because you don't seem to be producing very fast, if at all. Just honey and beans? I mean, those are both in range, right? Because beans... Oh, beans are probably not in range of you anymore. Okay, so let's grab you. Because you were there before, because I couldn't set that up. So we can go ahead and put our food production back in range of what we need. So yeah, so if I put it here, they literally have some of the same requirements. I might end up having to make more bean production or honey production. Those, neither would be a big deal. So... high quality food, add to the network. Alright, so that's back online. Cool. And a bunch of that's from moving stuff around that things got broken. Alright. So, we're gonna need more frogs. No one's surprised by this. So the generic frog eggs is C, 4, and fertilizer. Let's look at our plankton. Sort it. I've only got one C. I'm gonna just grab as much of plankton A as I can and just delete it from existence. Because with that, we should start being able to get some C in here, because without that, we're gonna run into problems. So grab those two. 2 fertilizer 1s. And 2 mutagen 4s. And same deal over here. Alright. And we could get another of those, the fish collectors. So 3 silk, 2 bioplast, so 3 silk, 2 bioplast, and a super alloy, which will probably be in the garbage over here. Cool. And I can go right over here. Provide that all to the network. How are you doing? Alright. So they're going and both producing more plankton. We definitely need a lot more plankton today. Let's also grab the plankton B. You can put some of that back, but I'm also going to delete a pile of that. Alright. And that way the machine doesn't back up where we're not able to get in more stuff and everything earlier on. What I can do is while we wait, we could just see if I can't find some of the stuff. There was a pool. Oh no, it's over here. We'll see if we get lucky and these have like respawned their frog eggs. That's that one. We go to the osmium. I always go the wrong way with this. So here's one. No eggs. And then the other one's over there. No eggs. It almost seems like those don't respawn at all, or if they do, very rarely. And then there's a super alloy. Yeah, it almost seems like they don't ever respawn. Okay. That's fine. Give me the generic eggs. Give me the generic eggs. And then we needed 2 fertilizer 4s. That's plankton C's, that's right. So plankton C. Fertilizer 1. So just trying to keep those all going. I really wish we could automate that. I know I've repeated myself, but that'd be a really nice thing to automate where you could just be like, hey, just keep making the eggs, man. Okay, meanwhile, let's go look at the larva.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, so these ones we keep getting but they're not getting stashed away. Even though, let's see, that's the Galaxy one. I manually added that. Now you got the Leanie, which I've manually added. I don't want to have to manually empty that thing. Alright, so we've got the last set of frog eggs I'm going to unlock. So if we look at our individual unlocks, there is nothing left to unlock at all under the biomass area. It's done. We've got nothing left to unlock under pressure, oxygen, or heat. So it's purely terraforming score. So generally speaking, whenever we look at this and I don't see much moving, we want to work on it. The heat is the easiest one to work on. I've already got a thing that's doing a multiplier on it for everything in range. I just, you know, need things in range. Do we have another plankton sea while we're here? Yes. Let's drop off the plankton sea, so it's you, not you. A fertilizer 1. So I can go here and say, yeah, please do that. We can go over here to you. That's all fine. Okay, drop you two off. And extract you. Oh, you know what I bet? Let's it's that same thing earlier. They're not listed here. So I can tell them to kick it out, but I can't collect them. This has been a reoccurring issue that sometimes you just cannot send stuff, and it's really annoying when it happens. Okay, so with that, we've got our 3 eggs. For the really fancy new eggs, let's see. We have 300, 400%. Did I not just unlock new eggs? What do we got here? You gave me... Ah! Those eggs aren't as good as the other ones we had. We already had the best eggs. That's fine. So grab me this. So we want the 400%ers. So 4 tier 4s and 2... So 4 tier 4 fertilizers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tier 2 mutagens. Or fertilize... You know what I'm trying to do. Okay. So get those going. And then I might just start proceeding to fire off rocket after rocket after rocket. And just go with that. Are we getting iridium rods yet? No. Because we still are making rockets, aren't we? Because that's what's holding us up from making the generators as well. Let's go pop on the roof and see what's happening with all this. So, you have the uranite. Do you have that cleared? No. Are you providing the network? You are. But you seem to be getting jammed up. And you're also providing to the network. Make sure it's actually got aluminum specifically selected. Make sure dolomite is specifically selected. And super alloy. And that one's going fine. So I wonder why those two are not getting emptied in a timely manner. Let me just grab as much as I can out of that, because that's supposed to be my increased iridium. You know what I could probably do? Make a second one of these. Let's see. Of course, explosive powder. Because I make a second one of those, it should be able to queue up to dispose of stuff faster. And that might help with making things run smoothly. Okay, so you need explosive powder, which should be here. I don't have any because it's being eaten up by something. Lovely. Do we have the sulfur and all that just in stock? Okay, sulfur's the bottleneck on that one. Not that iridium's in much better shape. Alright. That's not supposed to be part of the plan. Okay, let's pop over here. You have a bee larva in there. And then the larva box is straight up empty right now. Let's go check on this. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so we're just going to teleport back up to where we had that cave where we found all the larvae. Right, because we're turning all the common larvae into food right now, and therefore I have no common larvae left to do other stuff with. Right. Alright, so we can go back here to the super alloy and just go right up these two vines here. Take a quick little peeky peek. Grab ourselves some more common larvae, because it seems to spawn here pretty quickly. And then from there, we can worry about the next thing. So what I'm figuring now is that habitat thing we have that makes larvae. It might be worth me making like 4 or 5 of them, since it looks like we are going to be using a lot of larvae for making food. I'm also going to be using the larvae for the bugs. I'm going to be or for the amphibians. I'm going to be using larvae for a lot of things. It might be time that I just escalate that. I'm not going to stay around here and collect a ton of these. Let's grab like 10 commons. And yeah, so 1 more common, and then we'll just get out of here. That's an uncommon, so we just need 1 more common. Okay, yeah, so let's go ahead and get another one of the terrarium things for the bugs. And just get that built so we get way more larvae. Because then with that, I can just sit there and hopefully automate it more and more. Okay, so here's home. And you two should be done. Alright, you're already done because you already have them. So I need 2 water. 1, 2. And I need 2 fertilizer. 1, 2. And that'll be 2 more things for frogs. Actually, I need 4 of those. What am I doing? 1, 2. And 1, 2. Alright. So I'm going to drop all these off. Now I can figure out what I need to make the terrarium thing over there. And once I built the terrarium thing over there, like I said, I'm going to try and get a couple of those going, because that should help with a lot of these problems. Okay, more Froggos. So that's 4 more of those. Okay, we can drop off the uncommon ones for right now. Those will just go where they go. Okay, so for these things... Alright, good. I kept the common ones. So I need tier 2 mutagens. How many tier 2s do I have? 4? We're making 4 of them. And I need 4 algae, which are here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4 water. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I need 4 bacteria samples. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I need 4 tier 2 fertilizers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that's going to be a bunch more of the things that give us larvae. I'm going to try and put them with the other ones. I had problems placing this for whatever reason earlier, so here's hoping it doesn't end up being as much of a headache. That's fine. Okay, so... contribute them all. Contribute them all. Contribute them all. It is interesting that's a building called Ecosystem, and it does, like, make a bunch of random trees and other garbage appear around it. It's mostly just a source for larvae where you don't have to go hunting like I was doing. Alright, and all. So what's most likely going to happen with those is I'm going to have to go through periodic and clean out the ones that don't automatically empty. Which is fine. But we should start getting some out of those. Okay, so let's go to this thing. So give me... Those ones are fine. And we'll get those ones out of my inventory. Let's actually make that a little bit lower priority. Yeah, make that a slightly lower priority, and we're going to take this and make it an even lower priority. Oh, there is no lower priority than that. Well, that sucks, because I'm not going through every machine and fixing their priority. You can sit right there, that's fine. Okay. So then we've got our comment. What I could do is... No, we've already got that set, so... I'm going to need the common for a bunch of things. We'll leave the bees alone. So honestly, the common are the only ones I seem to need. So we're going to go ahead and make that a priority 1, which I'm probably going to regret because it's always going to do that first. Okay, and that's actually giving me fish eggs now, which that's nice. Actually, let's go ahead and do those fish eggs, because those fish eggs will give me the other pattern I needed, I believe. Or they won't. Those fish eggs are not compatible. It's fine. With that, though, we can go over here to Froggo, no eggs. Feesh. I've got 4 fish eggs in there. So we go down here to the fish farm. I need 12 silk. 1, 2, 3. Here, it'll be that many. I will need 8 bioplast. So it'll be into there. Oh, that's 1 too many. And I will need 4 plankton A. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll get ourselves more fish farms online and just keep expanding and expanding and expanding. All of these are going to make everything faster down the road. So that's the whole thing. We can go to you. And I don't need to spread these out. I could put them all in one place. I'm just doing it for reasons. Just so that when you go into the water, you just see fish everywhere. Okay, so that's that many more animals being produced. So yeah, you can see that terraforming index just speeding up more and more and more. It's still not going super fast, but you get the idea. And we just keep scaling that up and keep scaling it up and keep scaling it up. How are we doing so far as iridium for rods? We're almost to the point that we're going to stop producing rocket engines, which will be good. That's waiting on the iridium. Let's check on our roof to see if these are all going fine. So we do have a bunch of the drones are now hovering around, where they're just not needed. So let's go over here again and say, hey, stop making the drones. Okay, so turn those off. Let's also see if there's anything new up here we can make automatically. Yeah, so can't make any of the eggs automatically, and we're basically making almost everything else. I could automatically make the common larva, which wouldn't potentially be the worst idea. I think it's the only thing I use the B tier stuff for. It's honestly probably just not going to happen. That's fine. Those are easy enough to get. I'm just more worried about other materials like sulfur and all that. Okay. So. We need more plankton seas. Boom. So that'll be 7 mutagen 4s. That's too many. And I think it was fertilizer 1s, yep. So I'll need the same number of fertilizer 1s. One more. Okay. Or like I wish I could say like, hey, go get one of each material and just do that. Would be nice and helpful. Meanwhile, let's pop on the roof and see what we got going on here. Yeah, you're still just slowly backing up. And you're just rapidly backing up. Check the aluminum. Are you topped off? Yes, you are. Are you configured to accept aluminum? You are not. So please, take the aluminum. I have much too many. Right, and I still need to make a second one of those. Which... The only painful material is explosive powder, which isn't even that painful. It's just, I'm using it for something, I don't know what. But, it's looking like sulfur is my bottleneck. Let's go over here and just grab another sulfur. I probably need to get our drill put on sulfur, which unfortunately means another iridium bar. And I gotta, you know, get that sorted out. But with this, I can put a second one of those disposal things. And my hope is by using the second disposal unit, I might be able to smooth this out a little bit more. Because then for like queuing up and all that, then maybe it'll just go better. It's also possible that what I should do is maybe put the other disposal unit nearby a resource that they potentially have to fly a long ways to dispose of. So what I could do is put the disposal unit over by the super alloy. Because that's those ones that we have a surplus on. It also wouldn't be a bad idea to start shutting down some of the drill 2s in place of the drill 3s. That way I'm not getting the random, like, iron, aluminum, and all that kind of crap that... Well, not aluminum, but iron and cobalt and all that nonsense. That we're not dealing with extra of that. Okay, so what else will I need for one of these? Uranium, osmium, and whatnot. So let's go over here to the osmium is there. And the uranium ore. And then what else was it? A super alloy. Yeah, let's go drop this one over by the super alloy. At a minimum, putting this over by the super alloy would just mean anytime it's full, it just disposes of it right there without having to cross the entire map, like literally. So we can pop over here. Where'd you go? Shredding machine. Okay, so you have a tier 2 and a tier 3. What is the difference? What are you? Oh, I don't care about that. What is the difference between a tier 2 and a tier 3 in costs? So let's see our drills. So we have a tier 3 is one of each rod, and a tier 2. Interesting. So actually replacing the tier 3, or sorry, replacing the tier 2 with a tier 3 would give me an iridium rod back, give me materials that are easy to come by. So let's grab all of you out. Get rid of you entirely. You are all fine. And so for you, you will only accept the aluminum or the super alloy at a premium. So let's go back home, drop off some of these materials. Let's build the tier 3 and then we'll worry about the tier 2. Okay, so let's put the chip back in. All right, so the tier 3, so I just need the osmium rod, which is here. And I need 3 titanium. I am apparently out of titanium. That's fine, we can go to that beach, we'll probably find it. I mean, honestly, based on what this is showing me, you're full. You're mostly full. Let's not build another one there yet. The osmium, we were running into problems where I wasn't getting enough. So I'm going to plan to build another tier 3 here. And then delete the tier 2, because I'm basically just trying to get rid of all the junk, you know, kind of targeted. Because if I do end up, like, just titanium consistently short, I'll build a drill just for titanium. That's fine, I'm going to need that here in a moment anyways. Okay, osmium, provide to the network. Meanwhile, let's go to you. Get out of here. You don't exist anymore. Honestly, get that out of here. Okay, so we can go home. Drop off some of these extra materials. We could drop off you. Right, we can get the other frogs being made. Keep all of this moving as best we can to try and keep things going smoothly. So I'll need 2 more osmium rods. I believe that's enough for an tier 3 drill. Cool. Do you have any explosive powder laying around? We do not, which is for more shredders. Yeah, so just keep going between all of these points. If it's not a tier 3 drill, it goes away. So we've got the super alloy and the osmium sorted. Let's go to the zeolite. So I've got you. You're full to the brim. And you're full to the brim. And I have this funny feeling gotcha. So zeolite is one of the ones I don't need to auto garbage. I'm fine with the drills just shutting off when they're done. So let's pop up here real fast. Take all of this out and delete you. Because of the zeolite and all that, what ends up happening is we have a surplus of those. You know, the drill just turns off. Like there's no harm. Actually, do you know what? Slight change of plan. Let's go over to the super alloy and just take away the trash can. Because they're only producing super alloy, period. Oh, hey. Well, no, because I do have the super alloy on a garbage back at home because the extractors overwhelm it. Right, you know what, okay, so those one has to stay. The osmium doesn't need to be disposed of. That's another one that we don't randomly get osmium. So if I go over here to this, let's just make sure it's not listed on here. So let's try and be smart about this. Okay. Oh, this needs to be reset. Alright. So, ice is not a product we get automatically. It doesn't need to go there. Cobalt is. Cobalt can go in the trash. Oxygen is. Oxygen can go in the trash. Iridium is. Iridium can go in the trash. Iron is. Magnesium is. Silicon is. Titanium is. Aluminum is. That is. Super alloy is. We don't get that as a byproduct for anything else. So that doesn't need to be. That's not a byproduct for anything else. So that doesn't need to be. That's not a byproduct for anything else. So that doesn't need to be. Dolomite is. That can come from uranite. All the gems we won't need that for. None of that we'll need that for. We don't need it for that. We won't need it for any of those. These. Any of these that are byproducts that I would want to do that. At this point with the bugs, no. We don't want the bugs to go get thrown away at any case. The plankton A, B, and C, I would say plankton A, B, and C can all be automatically trashed because we can't use those. All the eggs we can use in different processes. All of those, none of those are generated automatically. The obsidian, that's not a byproduct. Ooh, actually, are you a byproduct of something? We'll check that in a moment. Yeah, let's check to see if the obsidian is produced by any of these. I don't think it is. I also really don't understand why it's very clearly got aluminum there. What I could do is you're now higher priority. Oh, wait, you were already higher priority. Basically, emptying those things, more important than our processes, because if we don't do that, then stuff backs up. Okay. So give me those bugs back. Yeah, and we can go ahead and put another sulfur drill down. You're not wrong. That's not a bad place to put one. Meanwhile, go to this extractor. Give me the frog eggs. I know it's taking those drones so long, but go ahead and get those over here real quick. That's fine. Let's go get the water, and hopefully that'll be cleared out by then. What is taking those drones so long? Something weird's going on with the drones that they're not getting where they need to be in any timely manner. Hey, Joe the Science Bro. How's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. What? Here, I'll just take a manual if it's gonna take that long. How is your stream and all that good stuff? But thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope yourself a good stream. But what were you playing and all that good stuff? I have lost track of everything in here. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure we're making frog eggs still. Been a long time, bro? I've been doing pretty good. So what were you streaming today and how did it go and all that good stuff? But welcome in, Raiders. We're just doing some Planet Crafter, and very quickly getting overwhelmed by just how many things I've got going on at the same time right now, which is not super unusual. But we are getting very late game. We're getting pretty close to unlocking mammals. Alright, so we wanted to put a drill up by sulfur. That is a tier 3 drill. We'll check if it's a tier 2 drill there. I might actually plunk down tier 3 drills and just get rid of the tier 2 sulfur drill. Yeah, it's a tier 2. Okay. Alright, yeah, so what I'll do is I'll put down a tier 3. Set you to sulfur. Make sure you're providing to the network. Make sure you're providing the network. This one will be fired because it's just adding a bunch of not sulfur stuff onto the network, which causes problems. I could put a... Nah, I don't have the titanium. Alright. So we're just trying to switch all of our drills over to tier 3 so we stop getting all the other ores overwhelming the system. And that'll help. We've got tons of those now. Let's get rid of some of them. I don't need that many. Actually, take that back. Don't get rid of those. I have things we can do with those. Drop off the osmium. We can drop off the osmium rod for right now. Super alloy rods are just completely out of control. The overwhelming happens. Well, yeah, it's just you have so much, and you're just like, well, I don't need half of it. But, you know. There's a sulfur. We still have the fish egg there. Grab you, drop you off. Because I forgot, we wanted to make those heaters as well. And that's a lot of the materials I needed towards that end. Alright, so in a moment we'll switch those over. Meanwhile, do we have explosive power to spare? No. Because that's the other thing I needed. How am I doing on rockets? This is probably a mistake. I'm just going to chuck all those in there and let them become rockets and be done with it. Because once that fills up with rockets, we should stop seeing more rockets needed, and then we should have spare. So I'm going to need more common larvae. That's fine there. Yeah, so you're just demanding common larvae a priority, but I've never had good luck with all that. But yeah, for those who haven't been around the channel before, I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. Are you actually going to empty these? That's always the hesitation. It's like, are you actually functional or not? Because these are all set to drop off the things. But it just seems like the drones leave these alone. That's okay. I didn't realize I could give me straight up silkworms directly, no middle stage. I thought there was like 5 of these, right? There's the last one. Okay, so unfortunately no common larva out of any of them. I'll probably just have to start crafting the common larva too. I really don't want to, but that's the thing. Hey, cozy vibes. How's it going? So extract all those. Just listening only? Gotcha. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? This thing's filling up too fast. And also, please get these out of here. Oh, that was a mistake. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. That was dumb of me. So genetic traits out. Because I can't do all of these. Because unfortunately, some of those don't actually have things they make. Man, I really wish they made this menu easier. Okay, so bees, silkworm, and rare. Let's add those. Bees, silkworm, rare. Golden and Volnus. Let's see. Golden, Volnus, Orima, and Tuska. Orima, Tuska, Nolna, and whatever that one's called. And Shang whatever. So you get the idea, Lima's not one. I'm not going to be breaking down the crystals. The uncommon I'm fine with getting rid of. The common I am not. Okay, so then we got all of the frog eggs. I'm not going to add any of those yet. All of the fish eggs, I'm not going to add any of those. So we've got the ML butterfly, which is there. We've got the chevron or whatever it is, U. We've got that white one, Penga. We've got the bright red one, that's U. And we've got the blue with pink stripes. We've got the galaxy there. We've got the Fesna here. We've got the bright pink one there. We've got the azure. We got the golden. We got the Serena or whatever it's called. Got the Eom, whatever it is. There you go. Oh, no. I don't see that one. Emio. It's like... It's red, but it's not listed here. So that one I can't do. Number go up. Hey, Zoffra with their 125 stream streak. Catch the last 125 streams without missing a single one, so I really do appreciate that. So then we've got Futura, which I didn't see either. Oh, the rare can go in there if I don't already have it. Alright, I'm not seeing any other larvae anyway, so it looks like these last three don't appear to be showing up as my stuff I can automatically put there. Okay, so we've got all that set up. That should be fine for right now. Weirdly, oh, you know what? I bet you my DNA box is full. I bet you that's what's going on over here. Okay, so that's a whole thing. So let's go over here. I was gonna wait till we had all the patterns, but that's fine. So I can grab that out. Then we can go into the DNA box. So there is the species. There is a primary color. There's a secondary color. There's the pattern. There's the size. We don't have a bioluminescence. I'm just going to live without it for right now, so drop those in. That's fine. Grab the species, grab the primary color, grab the secondary color, grab the texture, grab the size, drop you in. I'm just trying to clear out a bunch of the DNA real fast so that I can keep processing those things, because we'll end up needing all that DNA for stuff later. So, boom, 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 boom. All right. So what I can do in the meantime is let's change you. You are a low priority, and you're going to, well, I can't have you supply and demand, can I? That's fine. Oh, I can. Weird. So my idea here is for the ones I care about. I mean, for that one. Yeah, let's see. I wish it would give me better indicators on here, because I can't see if the other larvae are included on there. Let's delete that and see if I go uncommon there and uncommon here. Okay, so we'll be either or. That's fine. So we'll keep that as slightly increased. I was trying to make it so that as things got overfilled, we could do that. There was something I was using. Oh, right. It was the plant rocket, or the animal rocket. The animal rocket took extra DNA. So that might be something we just do, is we just start sending up the animal rocket more and more. We have more fish eggs. Let's go ahead. Is there more here? Yep. And this is becoming a problem. Alright. What's going to end up happening with all these larvae? These larvae, they belong to the trash now. Okay. I was watching. Alright, so we have 5 of those. So silk, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be like 15. And then it's going to be 10 of the bioplast. And 5 plankton A. And that'll give us more fish and get a bunch of stuff out of our inventory. That's kind of what I'm doing, is I'm getting too much of something, make more production. Make terraforming index go up faster. You're not the right thing. Okay. Because then I also need to go and get these frogs set up. Is that actually set? Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Because as long as I keep doing the fish and the frogs, they literally will give us all of the stats, at least to some degree. So all of it helps. Certainly they won't give me nearly as much heat as doing the actual heat things directly will, but that's fine. Okay, so I got a bunch of frog eggs here. And then the best frog eggs I can get is the 4s. Okay, so I've got what? 7. So it's 7 tier. Oh, actually, wait. We need to get those to the next higher. 7 tier 4 mutagen. And 7 tier 2 fertilizer. Okay. And I'm still not getting any tier 1 or any common larva out of those. And then these things are struggling because of the DNA situation. That's what I think is happening here now, is they're all dropping in here. And we're getting all sorts of fancy ones, but it's not like it'd be worth my time to try and make butterfly gardens for each and every single one of them. As ridiculous as that be, because they're low multiplier and all that, wouldn't be worth my time. And they are getting thrown away, just nowhere near at fast enough of a speed. And we have the gene sequencer. This is gonna be the big thing that needs to happen here, is we're gonna need to grab a bunch of these duplicates, and I'm gonna need to make rockets to get rid of them. Let's do a little of A and B. So keep these going so I can get the extra frog things going on. Meanwhile, as much as it pains me to grab more rockets, knowing it's just delaying the fact that my iridium recovers, so we have 5 of those. So I mean 30 DNA. But let's grab whatever we need, because I think it was a mutagen 3 was the other material I needed. That might actually be a problem. No, mutagen 4. Mutagen 4 is not a problem. Okay, so osmium rods and mutagen 4, and then just all the DNA we can get. Easy enough. So I grabbed 4 of those. Let's grab, 5 of those. We can grab 5 of you. 5 osmium rods. Osmium rods will ultimately be the one that becomes more and more of a bottleneck. So 5 of those. We're gonna check on you. And when those are done, we'll send up 2 more rockets. And we're just going to keep deleting materials to try and get the animal production. Because honestly, those rockets will help carry us in the next stage as well. Because it's still animals, it's just mammals instead of amphibians. But they still just go into the animal stat. Alright, DNA. Let's pop over here. So I've got a whole bunch of this color. I'm gonna get a whole lot of that color. Got a bunch of you. Sort that. Okay, so we're gonna go with that. Launch a rocket or 2. Now we can process more of the bugs into DNA. Good luck, fish. I wish you the best. Your mission may or may not succeed. I don't really care. Okay, so we can go down here, have some more water. Run by this thing, push the button. Okay, so that's the last of those. Alright. So if I get 10 more DNA in here, we'll be good. So I'll do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. It's more DNA than I need, but we'll just put them up anyways. Don't listen to the cruel streamer, we care about you. Fly, fishy, fly. Okay, so let's go ahead and drop off the other 2 DNA for just a moment. And grab these, and then I gotta go and sort out the next thing. Okay, so I have 7 of those, and we haven't gotten any more common larvae. We did learn that I can go right over here to the super alloy area. Actually, apparently I could literally just walk around this beach. Oh yeah, we get all the fancy ones here as well. That's fine. That'll be more DNA for rockets. Okay. That's a tease. Cruel streamer didn't get auto-modded. I mean, it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I need 7 of those, so we got plenty of commons to keep that going. Oh, it's trying to drink the water, that's fine. Alright. Automod knew is right, it is what it is. Automod knows what's up. Okay, so then I need 7 tier 1 fertilizers. And a bunch of water, but first, extract those. Extract these. You don't qualify. Extract that. Extract that. And finally you. Okay, so now I can grab the 7 water. Okay, so the Lorpin and the Fion Renta, whatever it is, those 2 need to be added, so boom. Boom, so just straight up delete those from existence if you see them. I can't turn them into DNA, and they just take up space. Alright. That's gonna get really annoying if that's every single time. Okay. Okay, good. It's not every single time. Cool. So we got that many more frogs going. We sent up a ton of rockets, which is good. Grab some more food. Okay, and let's look at our orbital stuff. Yeah, so if you look at our orbital, our animal production is 1900% or 19,000% because of all the animal spreader rockets. We should just keep those going as much as we can with all the DNA we're doing. So let's just keep that processing. Okay, and you're getting to be full again. So let's see here. Bioluminescence, texture, size, secondary color, first color, species. Gonna try and make some more of the completed DNA things. Because unfortunately with the DNA, I don't believe you can sit there and say, hey, put this type of thing in here. Is there one I'm missing? It's fine. We'll walk over here and we'll see what we got. Ah, it's the other texture, and that's like frog eggs that gives that. Okay, so you drop that off. Okay, so once again, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's a rocket. So let's go ahead and just not sweat it here. We can go rocket. Osmium rod. Tier 4 mutagen. And I think it was a common larva. You can see the GTI needs to grow a fair amount. Yep. Yeah, and this is, when you get to this phase of the game, everything does slow down a lot. Alright, extract those ones. Honestly, how much does it make to make a DNA extractor? That's not super bad, so blue, pink, yellow. Blue, pink, yellow. And there was a circuit board. We're actually getting low on circuit boards, which is a little alarming. And a tier 3 mutagen and an osmium rod. So mutagen 3 and an osmium rod. We just go right over here and plunk another one of these down. Oh, is it like actually too tall to fit there? Alright, quick adjustment to the plan. You're not there anymore. You are. I'll configure that in a minute. Meanwhile, we can go over here and put down another one of our silk production things. And put that out there. And the reason I'm doing this is because it does look like it's waiting for the delivery that's holding it up. And I think it's because it can only queue up so many things at a time. That is the issue. So we're almost getting to the point where I can just kind of see here and go, ah, this is what you need. Because they're queued up a bunch of times. That's all fine. None of the trees apply. The bees work. These are all fine. Yeah, comments fine. That's fine. So the Lorpin, I believe, is one that did not work. And we have fish eggs and all that. We're still keeping those off of here for now. Yeah, so my intent is that we can go here and say extract. And then this would fill up, would hit extract. The DNA keeps popping out. We're just going to keep dropping rockets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That should be enough for 2 rockets. We go 1, 2. We go to our mutagen 4. 1, 2. Then I go to the osmium rods. 1, 2. Feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, wait, the common bugs. Okay, so I still got 2 more commons. Alright, because each one of these is going to increase that multiplier by a bit. Oh wait, it doesn't use a common larva. That's fine. Yeah, so for right now, for the larva, I'm just going to plunk them down in there. We can top off our water. Yes, it's now 2,400 or 24,000% GTI. And we get mammals at 1.25. Yeah, so we're about 60% there. And genuinely, it's just more and more multiplier, more and more base value. I am hoping we'll be able to start getting the frogs for free or whatever. Feesh. So what is the difference on this? So this gives me 195 animals per second, and then the frogs gives me 825 per second. So that isn't very comparable between the two of them. It's definitely leaning very heavily in favor of the frogs. On the other hand, I have to do a lot more work to set up the frogs, versus the other ones, I don't. Okay, so meanwhile, let's go to DNA again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 more rockets. 2 more osmium rods. 2 more mutagen pores. I think that's everything. Okay. And you're still just getting plankton. Plankton. We do have robots on standby that aren't able to get to work. It might be time that what I need to do is go in here, grab our T1 robots. Can I sell those? No. Hey, T1 robots, it's been nice knowing you. So yeah, so T1 robots now go in here as well. Because we're using the tier 2, they go faster. So we just start deleting the tier 1 robots. Little by little. We will eventually go and have nothing but the tier 2 robots, and those will do much better at moving stuff around. Like, I probably want to up the number of robots we have to offset where I'm deleting a bunch of these tier 2 robots, but that's a later me issue. So let's pop in here. So I need, let's see, the Plankton C. So there's another 9. Let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those. Fertilizer 1, 9 of these. Start getting all those cooked up. And are we getting commons at all? Oh no, and we're also consuming the commons for the animal feed. I forgot about that. And we're just not getting them at a meaningful rate. Also, I need you to actually empty out the DNA. It helps if I actually set that. So you're still processing that. This is all fine here. And we're just going to ping pong back and forth between DNA. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. That's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, that's 12 there. No, that's 10. No, that's 11. Yeah, so 12, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Alright, so we're just going to ping pong back and forth between the frogs and the rockets to try and keep everything moving. And as I said, one of the main advantages of the rockets is that still will apply the multiplier when I have mammals as well. Whereas the amphibians, they'll still give me the base value they have, but considering each tier is that much higher than the previous one, they become pretty irrelevant after you start introducing the mammals, because, like, say the frogs are giving me 1 point something K per one of those habitat things. By comparison, the mammals will be giving me, like, 22 or something. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm also trying to go until something runs out, which we are getting ahead on the osmium rods, but that's fine. Okay, so we're now officially having it starting to skip digits on the terraforming index. Like, it's counting up, and every once in a while it's skipping a digit because it's going that fast. That should continue to pick up the pace. And unfortunately, again, one of the other downsides of how I'm approaching this is just the fact that because I'm consuming all this iridium through the rocket engines here, we're just not getting the rods. Alright, so DNA again. I'll probably have to pause on these in a minute because we're running out of DNA. And you can see I'm trying to grab the duplicates first. But as we're running out of duplicates, you know it is what it is. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then mutagen 4. Okay, so we get done with rockets for a minute here. Hey, sorry. I'm gonna need it to be in English, just since I don't know what you're saying. Like, I have an obligation to mod. And, you know, obviously, if I can't read it, I can't make sure you're not saying something awful. Not saying that you are, but I do have to require it to be English because of that. Okay. So we can pop over here and get another one going. Sounds like that might be a super alloy shower. Which, super alloy is genuinely something I just don't need anymore. Okay. Meanwhile, how are we doing on our robots front? Oh, I need to go to you and say, hey, I need tier 1s out. So it should start deleting the tier 1 robots. Game looks good. Try it tomorrow. Gotcha. Yeah. No, and I appreciate it. Like, I haven't actually had someone pop in who was not speaking English who said something truly awful. Well, I've certainly had people who were speaking English and say stuff truly awful and then immediately got banned. But, it's a precaution that we as, like, for those who don't know, in the terms of service and, like, when we sign our contracts and all that to stream and whatnot, it is a thing because we have an obligation that they're like, hey, you are required to enforce the terms of service on your channel. Which means, you know, if people say stuff that's like racist or awful or whatever, then we are required as part of the agreement to enforce that. I also think it's the correct thing to do in the first place, but the point being, there is that whole part of it as well. So you have people like push back, it's like, nah, you shouldn't do that, like censorship, blah, 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 blah. It's like, nah, man, literally is an obligation. If we don't do it, the whole channel can get suspended. That was the big scary thing about hate raids back, like they still happen, but back when they were like a constant threat for a lot of channels, is sure, you'd have the disruptive thing where they suddenly drop in and they say all sorts of really awful things and it could, you know, completely derail a stream. But then on top of it, they would screenshot your stream that was being flooded with all that, and they would report you for not moderating your channel, and then your channel would get suspended. So it was like a double whammy thing. And it was like really, really kind of an awful time on the platform. You know, I'm fortunate that I'm not in the demographics that get targeted by it. But like, you almost had to sit there and take your auto mod and make it as absolutely over the top aggressive as possible, and even then people figure out ways around it, and that's just what they would spam. So people start doing stuff where they would have their bot detect that if the same message got said too many times, it would start holding it, which of course ruins raids. But it's what you had to do to protect yourself. Because your channel gets suspended, and congratulations, all your work is gone. Okay, so I need more of the common bugs, or common larvae. Wait, we were able to automate the common larva, weren't we? I think we need to do that. I think we're at a point here with what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to automate it. I don't think it's gonna go smoothly. Yeah, so it's Plankton B, Mutagen 3, Fertilizer 2. Man, I am not making enough. So the Plankton is over here. So that's what I need to do. So you go away from there. Let's see, that was kind of on the Twitch mods too, though, for not looking into chat log to see what happened at the time. Well, yeah, no, so when we're talking like Twitch itself, so Twitch automates a lot of its stuff. It has to. It's the same thing that YouTube does, because when you take into consideration that on YouTube as a platform, that literally so much content gets produced, they physically could not hire enough people to manage all that. Alright, so you are going to supply that to the network, and that's instantly becoming food. That's fine. And I believe this doesn't have... Okay, good. So it won't delete the larva one. So the spare larva ones will get put aside. That makes Mutagen 3 a far more important material. Let's make sure the Mutagen 3 is producing fine. So it's here. I don't remember what Mutagen 3 needs. Sulfur, nitrogen, and bacteria samples. So the sulfur is right there. The bacteria samples, though, I think are way over... You know, bacteria samples over there. And then the last thing you needed was nitrogen gas. So I actually think you need to move now. If I put you around here, you should be in range of everything you need. Okay, so let's see if you actually produce. What could you be low on? Probably the sulfur. I'm willing to bet sulfur is still just not in stock at all. Okay, so you are collecting sulfur, right? Yeah. Alright, so what it's looking like I need is way more. Let's see. Yeah, there's no auto mod like today, So not more chance to block it emote only and such. That is true, and you're aware that just channel suspensions are quite a hefty measure. Yeah, it is one of those things that it would be nice for Twitch to be able to have more hands-on when it comes to channel suspensions and that kind of stuff. It is still kind of the same problem. Like if you there's things that'll monitor just very specifically and only partnered streamers, and you'll still have like on those channels that watch suspensions, or like social media and all that, you'll still have in the course of an hour, maybe 20 or 30 channels will get suspended all in one big bulk because they all got caught up in the same thing. It is a very difficult problem to tackle that at scale. It's always been a problem. I think it always will be a problem. Okay. So the mutagen 3, so the answer is I need more sulfur. And unfortunately, that means I need more iridium rods. Okay, so I need one more iridium. And then we can go and increase the production of our sulfur, which should start to alleviate that. Yeah, no, you're all good, Infinity Simplex. It's always a challenging thing. Like that's one of the things that we've talked about moderation and how I am a very strong supporter of moderation on platforms. I think the absence of moderation, one, it'll get you in legal trouble, but outside even the legal matter, I can tell you from, yeah, when I was a teenager, I enjoyed hopping into games like Counter-Strike and Call of Duty and all those, but there was definitely a point in my life where I just got tired of, I would log in the game for the evening and just hear slur after slur after slur, and it was finally like, you know what, I'm really just not having fun. Like, I just want to play a game and have a nice little competition and not deal with this garbage every night. And so I stopped logging into those games. And honestly, I am much happier not being in that like competitive gaming anymore. It has been way better. And it wasn't like I was losing or anything like that. A lot of the ones I'd get platinum or whatever their equivalent was. I remember, what was the thing? Prestige, that's right. Doing like the Prestige in Call of Duty and having a lot of fun with that. But yeah, no, it's just the toxicity in the community just eventually is just like, I can't do this anymore. Like, it's just, I'm dealing with belligerent customers and all that all day. The last thing I want to do is come home and then dealing with belligerent people and just being on this never-ending treadmill of listening to people yelling and all that. So I'm glad we have that. And plus, you never know what someone's going through, and so someone might be having a difficult situation, and that they shouldn't have to have any problem playing a game in the evening, but people are just hitting right on the nose with a lot of stuff. Well, that's not what you want to see. We're out of titanium. Alright, so we're gonna get the sulfur one set up, and I'm honestly going to put a drill on titanium now. Just very specifically titanium, because that has been a reoccurring problem. And as I'm moving more and more stuff away from just, like, I'm making it specialized and no longer grabbing just general materials, it's becoming more of an issue. It seems like on this one, there's a lot more of that where your generic, easy-to-get materials, the balance isn't necessarily what you're going to use, and so it becomes more and more of a problem for you as the run goes on. Which is fine. I don't think that's a bad thing. Alright, let's get these two out of the way, so let me put this right here. Okay, so sulfur on the network. You're on the network because you're being picked up. Cool. So that's another sulfur drill going. But yeah. So it is one of those things. And I also talked about like other games that became a problem. So I used to play Heroes of New Earth, which is kind of in the same area as like Dota and League of Legends. It's just another one of those. I really liked it a lot. But as they opened up their servers to more and more areas, because it used to be primarily like US only, but it's kind of a niche thing at those points. As the game gained popularity and more broad appeal, and more people came in, it did kind of get ruined by the fact that you were just... It got the same, like, when you're playing a game that's kind of niche, it ends up being a lot more tight-knit community kind of thing. But as it gets more broadly found, then, it was Fertilizer too. As it gets more broadly found, you end up getting a lot more of just typical things you run into. So when it's like a tight-knit community, so you're playing like Warframe back in the... Oh, those are already changed. 1 second, I'm doing the wrong thing. I was thinking it's still at the stage of that. So that's where I need the common larva, which we're using all of those as fast as we can to make animal feed. Alright, so that's gonna be a bunch of this. Meaning MOBA's toxicity is just a permanent phenomenon, sadly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When it was early on, and like, it was kind of a niche MOBA, you would generally have people who are pretty honestly, like, supportive and all that. You'd still run into the person who was super awful and terrible, but that was a person you could easily mute, block, and all that kind of stuff, and you just wouldn't get stuck in a game with them again. But as it gained more and more popular, and there's more and more people, that became less and less of a viable, plausible, whatever you want to use for your word, way. But when you played games like Elite Dangerous, the community there was amazingly tight-knit, that you had individuals who had issues with each other, sure, but generally speaking, you would have people in that game who would go out of their ways for hours to help someone else out, just because, like someone they had never met before and all that. It was just everyone, you kind of wanted to people to stick around in the game because it's a game that you loved, and it was kind of a niche game and all that. I ran into that. Honestly, Project Zomboid's the same way. I mean, historically, that I haven't seen many players in Project Zomboid over the years who, you know, were just kind of toxic, get good kind of players that, you know, pick fun. Like, you'll have banter between friends, and I'll be like, you know, you get yourself killed and be like, yeah, it sounds like a skill issue. But, you know, people are just, you know, yelling at each other, people being awful and all that. Single players also have less of an issue with it than, generally speaking, multiplayer games. But yeah, there's been a number of games over the years that I played that I've been fortunate enough to get in while the game was still kind of unfound. So I need 8. And I need 8 water. Of which I cannot quite carry 8. We can drop off another one of these. Yes, that's 8. But you know, I think these things need to change. It needs to happen before people get behind the screen. So long as it's allowed to happen in the first place, online presence will change these things. Well, yeah, that's what I was getting into, the moderation thing, where a lot of games are just like, we do not, like, there's just a hard, we do not allow this this behavior. And if you do it, you get your account banned. And they'll have different ways of dealing with it, where it's like, you know, the very obvious right from the get-go, you say the thing, and a lot of times they'll be like, there's your one warning, don't let it happen again. And a lot of them are good about, like, if you get a warning and a period of time passes, then the warning gets, you know, stricken from their record. But they'll keep a lot of that quiet and how it actually works, so that people don't, you know, figure out how to abuse or exploit it to get away with stuff. And they'll do like ban waves, so you don't necessarily know what's picking up, because it's the same thing on how you handle cheaters too. All of that's kind of the same thing. You have some stuff that just, it's so over the top obvious, they just hit it immediately. Kind of the same way we deal with moderation on chat. Like, if you pop in here and you say something borderline, we might be like, don't do that, here's a timeout. But then if you say something that's like super duper over the top, that it's like, come on, man, you know better. Like, there's not an excuse. Alright, so there's a bunch more of those. So we're officially in TTI levels. So that's going good. Well, the new accounts mostly is a thing when a game is free or cheap. When you start having games that are like a decent price to pay kind of deal, then banning people can set people back. Now, granted, you know, yeah, people can pay to just cheat again, but at least there's some cost and some delay. It does mitigate it a lot. It doesn't solve it, but that's honestly anytime you're trying to tackle cheating or like really awful behavior or even crime or anything like that. All of that boils down to mitigation. They're unsolvable, quote-unquote, problems, but any little hurdle you add in the way will be some number of people who go, you know what, never mind. Like, I got better things to do. Because you also have to keep in mind the risk of false positives and all that as well. It's not an easy problem to tackle. Alright, so. We just set up a whole bunch more of those. We need to be much more better socialization and persecution. But at the moment, we don't have that, so moderation is best we can do right now. Well, I mean, it'll always be moderation. But yeah, no, there's definitely ways we can make the moderation get more done. What do we have in here? So that's production multiplier. Is a fuse optimizer to speed up the generation time for machines that generate items. I mean, I could put that upstairs in with all of our production rooms. That could be potentially absolutely cursed. The super alloy rods are fully maxed out. The uranium rods are getting there. The iridium rods, we are literally still trying to get the rocket engines done. We are producing the food, which is somewhere in here. Was that over here? Yeah, animal feed. We're making good progress on animal feed now. Okay. And we are 0.23 away from making mammals, which also gives us the animal feeder, and then in a little while we'll get the animal feed too. So we're making good progress on all of that. Yeah, so like we're right at the home stretch of this. Wait, what's... Let me check something real fast. Need to make sure it's not something important. I'll check that in a moment. Tomb sent me a video, which is not something she normally does. Alright. Yeah, so we got the trees and all that. Not super worried about that. Do you have stuff floating in you? Okay, just checking to make sure none of these are getting backed up. Let's go check on our habitats over here. Okay, so it seems like these things are running smoothly now, thankfully. Alright. That's good news. I don't see a big reason to expand the insects. We're making good progress towards that. Yeah, and look at that animal score go. The insect score isn't going up hardly at all. Which does just contribute to the biomass. So it might even be worth my time. Yeah, because you don't contribute insects, whereas the fish thing does. Versus you contribute way more insects. It helps in, but socialites' attitude also needs to change. That screens aren't babysitters, that'll be taught respect. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. There's definitely a need for a lot more involvement in the entire process. Oh, I had another frog egg in there. Okay, that's easy enough. I haven't already have the extra thing there. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things needed. All right, so let's just go grab one more common larva real quick. go. And then with that, we can make yet another one of the amphibian things. Okay. More meteors rolling in. At this point, the meteors don't give me any materials I care about, really. Alright, so we can go here. We are getting too much DNA again, so let's go pop into our DNA box and sort you out. Honestly, just give me... I'm not going to bother trying to put together fancy stuff, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And give DNA. Because in a pinch, I could start getting the DNA I want later. Good luck, team. Alright. Man, there's a lot that can be done to improve things with a lot of that stuff. One, two, three. So it looks like it can handle about 4 rockets at the same time. Before I just don't have enough room for all the DNA I need to make it work. Okay, DNA. Grab that. Yep. Alright, cool. Said you've been resisting not to get back on the PC to play this again? But maybe some coffee and playing would give me many ideas to change mine. Yeah, I mean, it's always a good time. 3, 4. I'm gonna go till I run out of the osmium rods. And then when I run out of the osmium rods, I'm gonna probably go set up another drill for the osmium. Or until I run low on the DNA to chuck into the rockets and send up. Alright. What's it say it's even doing? Gives global generation bonus by spreading animals around the planet. So in other words, it just kind of chucks fish out the back of it and just goes for it. That's probably fair. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and just like that, we're losing all of those engines we've been building up. The mutagen 4. We'll just never have iridium rods ever again on any reasonable quantity. Ah, so we have a need for more DNA. Okay. So you're both emptied. Definitely not enough. And we'll get more from the butterflies soon enough. We'll launch when we can. There's only 0.2 to go. And then they'll be in the animal phase. Yeah, so 5 more DNA. And that'll be our last rocket for right now. Okay. Let's take a quick peek at our habitats. See if we got anything in there. Yes, they're already collecting stuff. Alright, because we can get that rocket set up. 0.19 till mammals. Frog. Yes. Much frog. Alright. Okay, so deal with all this in a minute. I don't want to cannibalize the bugs I've already got out there. Alright. Let's go back upstairs and get the drone 2s being produced again. Did I take away your thing? Yeah. Alright. So I need... It was a super alloy rod, I believe. And 2 just regular osmium. And let's make the drones happen again. Which I think was around here somewhere. I think it was that spot. Okay, doesn't fit there, so that's fine. And drone 2. Ah, so you're consuming the explosive power. Let's make sure I don't already have one of those things making them. I do not. Okay, and the drone 2 requires circuit boards, rockets, super alloy, and explosive powder. So... The explosive powder should be around... So explosive powder's over here. Let's check all that. Okay, the circuit board, super alloy, rocket engines, most of that's actually off to the left. Because I believe the super alloy is over here. Yeah, so let's try putting it over here. That should have it in range of everything. It might just not have the sulfur. It's weird that that one's fine being lined up there, but this one's angry about it. It's fine. You. Supply. That's fine. Okay. Let's see, can you ask, the rockets you send up are continuous bonus, or is it one time, or for a certain period? They're continuous. So when I can actually look at my computer here, and I can see that right now for my animals, I have a 64,750% bonus. But it's permanent. So the rockets really do go a long way. Okay. That should give me enough DNA to launch one last rocket, so I need 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll get that last rocket out of here. Now, the catch is they flat stack, so if it's 1,250% bonus, it's not 1,250% times 1,250% times 1,250%. It's 1,250% plus 1,250% plus 1,250%. So it's additive, not multiplicative. So getting at least 1 up will go a huge ways. But as you get higher and higher, the benefit you get from each one so far as like the ratio of it doesn't mean as much, even though it is the same exact amount. But that's just one of those things to consider. But at a minimum, you always want to make sure you get at least 1. Because it's just too big of a multiplier to ignore. Okay, so with all that, we'll be continuing to get that. We don't have explosive power laying around. If I'm willing to bet, if we look at our sulfur, it's probably completely missing. They're arriving. But that's still not going to help much. and we are going with the rocket engines. Let's check our extractors on the roof. I think the answer is I need more ore extractors for the iridium. We've got these going, which I'm still bothered by the fact that these don't seem to be emptying quickly, despite being a higher priority and all that. But I do think they're one of those things that they're just really high volume. So I need 2 bauxite. Yeah, we can go do this easy. So 2 bauxite. Sorry, that's not bauxite at all. 2 of those. 1 of those, 1 of those. 2 of you. And cobalt should be in 1 of these, and 2 cobalt. And we're going to say you should get the uranite. And anything you put in here, get rid of it, priority 1. So that should increase the rate we're getting iridium, superalloy, and all of that, which of course will exacerbate our too much superalloy in the network issue. We are already making more drones though, and I'm not seeing a Congo line of them waiting here. So that's good news. The downside is I need more explosive powder to make more drones. And that's just not happening in a timely manner because sulfur is a problem. Yeah, so that's a big issue at the moment. So if we go down here to the sulfur box, it is requesting sulfur. It is arriving. We're just not getting it nearly as fast as I need. And then on top of that, the iridium is what we're doing with the sulfur. Let's try and get it so the iridium is in a surplus. So I currently have 3 drills going full force. And all 3 of them are picked clean. Oh yeah, so we got a meteor that's just random junk. Oh right, and I also made the comment that I probably need to get a drill dedicated for titanium to go, because our titanium has not been resupplying. Okay, so for another drill, I will need 3 titanium. I'll need an iridium rod, which we're not going to get lucky and grab that in the hurry. So grab those. So 1 more iridium will get me an iridium rod. We can grab the osmium rod. And a superalloy rod. Okay, once we get another iridium, I can just go outside, grab some titanium, get ourselves another drill that we'll put on the sulfur, which should smooth out a lot of our production. Get our explosive powder coming in at a better rate. We did already do stuff to try and expand the production rate of our iridium. We tried to go and find a location where I could just pull iridium itself, and came up empty. Like, we went around the volcano a bunch and put in a bunch of areas and didn't go, but it seems to be in this one, I haven't found a place to get just specifically iridium or uranium. It does feel like they have leaned in on the whole idea that you get the ore and then you use the extractor. That's fine. Okay. Which it might even be that I need to put even more ore extractors down to keep things running. It's just kind of a bummer because the superalloy we're getting, we're just making so much of the drills on the roof. I honestly probably could start backing down having the drills. You know, now I think about it, it may be in my best interest to not get rid of all of the drills doing the superalloy, but maybe drop the number I have. Because as I have more and more ore extractors on the roof, we are getting super alloy just by proxy, and I'm not using very much anymore. Like, once in a while, I'll use we'll use a rod, and those are expensive. Time. Let's go check how many super alloy drills I've got. If I got more than, like, 2, I'm gonna cannibalize one. I've got 2. And I think literally they're just throwing them in the trash right here. So if we get rid of those, they'll shorten the flight time. It'll give me a bunch of materials back. We can go home here. Now, the question is, all right, the titanium. That's right. I'm struggling with titanium. So titanium looks like it is literally just northwest of us. So I can probably just go up here, get the titanium set up, and this will be one of those things that I can sell at don't delete. Well, actually, no, I'll have to keep it set to delete stuff because that is one I believe I can get through other processes. So it is gonna be a little bit of a waste, but that's fine. So we have all these trees here. Is in the field over here? Yeah, it's in the field over here before I reach that tree, somewhere about halfway. It feels really weird setting up a drill for just a regular old basic material. Okay, so titanium. Provide to the network. We're gonna actually make this a lower priority one, I think. That way they'll only do it after other stuff is done, because I do see that one as potentially being more of a nuisance. But at least that way we are getting it added, and if I end up short, I can go over there and grab like 12 or so all at one go. But that should improve things there, because I'm not expecting to run out of super alloy. If it ends up being a problem, I can go fix it then. All that stuff. So we've only got 0.11 until we are to animals, like mammals. We can go over to these things and tell them to go ahead and process the DNA. Yeah, and that should be almost the point where I'm honestly thinking rather than dealing with more frogs, I am going to just keep trying to launch rockets for the time being. So let's plan for 2 more rockets. Then grab you. And grab you. Just so I don't have to fuss with the DNA this whole time nearly as much. Yeah, so we still need more of that. And they're still cleaning it out. Yeah, I think it was getting rid of all those tier 1 drones. The tier 2 drones are just playing catch up, unfortunately. Which may have been a mistake on my part to do that switch over that harshly and just say get rid of the tier 1s. But it is what it is. It's tier 2 drones, so it's super... Yeah, it's the explosive powder. That's literally the whole thing holding it up. It's just the explosive powder. And that's waiting on the sulfur, and we've got more stuff drilling sulfur. Okay, that's gonna be consumed as fast as it's being made, unfortunately. Right, and I was waiting on more DNA. And just grab that manually. That should be 1 more than I need. Okay, 2 more rockets going up. And 0.09. till we're ready. It's gonna be putting down like the first mammal habitat, and then just the whole thing. And the mammals are weird because you pet the mammals and they just give you DNA. And that's just kind of how it works. So it makes a lot of this kind of a moot point, these DNA extractors. Okay. I was seeing if there's any difference if I use this computer as opposed to the other map, and there isn't. They've already explored all the ships there. That's still like a secondary base. Yeah, so we've got a lot of the drones. A lot of the drones are spending a lot of the time dealing with the super alloy. I'm maybe going to just shut down the super alloy drills entirely, as they are expanding more and more into these. It may be that the time those drones are currently airborne for the super alloy is more of a cost than a benefit. So I'm going to leave the teleporter there just in case I change my mind. Let's go over here. Get rid of this. And that. And we can leave that there in case we change our minds. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to chuck all the super alloy into the garbage. Okay. I'm going to go to the uranium, drop one off, the osmium, drop one off. The explosive powder, which that should get up eaten almost immediately for a tier 2 drone. It did. And honestly, I might just put this over with the sulfur with the other one. Because sulfur is proving to be a real big pain point. So I don't know if it mines slower or we're just eating so much more of it up, but is delaying a lot of things. With that said, I'm gonna go ahead and put this down real fast, and then I'm gonna take a quick like 2-3 minute break, just because it is the ad time. I need to use the restroom, and I'm gonna figure out what it was that Toom was trying to send me. Like I said, she normally doesn't send videos, so it's probably nothing, but, you know, I'll check. Anyways, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, so the door appears to be just open. It's called an outpost. So let's try opening the door and peeking in and see how it goes. Oh, I hate it. Never mind. That's no. Let's be coal crabs. You're mechanical crabs. We can be friends. All right, we'll reload that.
All right, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this.
Oh, sidekick. I really need to figure out what to do about that. I've been debating getting a getting commands that can be used. It had to be a moderator command is kind of the catch. Just because people control it too easily. But I have debated giving the moderators a command where they could be like, you know, basically have an option to make it reload that source. So good news, in that 2 to 3 minutes while I was using the restroom, we are now 0.5 or 0.05, sorry, from finishing. The biomass is going absolute full tilt, full send, towards getting us to the next tier. The others are all fine. Point redeemed for next clip. That could be another thing. Like, so it wouldn't actually be next clip. I don't think I can do a thing that would work with that. But I could do it a thing where it would unload the source, wait a second, and then reload the source. And that should unstick it. Honestly, making a point redeem, that's not a bad idea. Because then what I could do is I could give a cooldown on the redeem. Yeah, no, that would work well, because I could make it a cooldown on the redeem for like 10 seconds or 15 seconds or something like that. Just in general, and then have it like per person 1 minute or whatever. Okay. So we got 0.05, 0.04 for that matter. So I don't know what else we need for that. How are we doing on our food? We're doing okay? Where's our food? Can you only enable the redeem when the away screen pops up? Probably. Let me note this down. If not that, I could probably make it so the button on... Where's my nope? There it is. I could probably make it so the button on my Stream Deck could do some type of command to turn it on off. I'm sure there's a way I can figure out a way around it. Where's my pencil? I mean, I'll write in pen if I got to, but I guess we're writing in pen today. Oh, there's the pencil. All I had to do is give up. Make redeem to fix sidekick. Because, yeah, that's not a bad idea to have a redeem do it. Because it could also be one of those things that if someone just does it to troll, I can just go into the command and say, alright, well, that individual no longer has access to the command. Or not the command, the redeem. Because that is something I can do. So I've already got 7 of those made. Name it Kick the Bot. So we're so close to there. I could probably get 2 more rockets up in the meantime, because like I said, the rockets are a good one, just because that does carry over for the mammals. They both apply there, so any rockets I'm putting up now still will help me with the mammals. So that's 10, so I need 2 more DNA. 2 more DNA, I'll be able to launch those up. Alright. Why is it taking so long? Oh, that's just super. I don't care about that anymore. Alright. Yeah, so they're already on it. So we don't have drones on standby. We added even more sulfur production. Still not having sulfur stacked pile up here, which, again, is fine. There's another one. I need just 1 more DNA. Yes, nothing's in there. I mean, we're just basically waiting for it to show up here. Do you let me access you? There we go. Bot was just on the ball. It's like, no, you can't have it. Okay, cool. So we can send that one up. And then we're at 0.02 until mammals. So this will probably be the last thing we do before mammals. Cool. And then realistically with mammals, we're going to have to do a lot of stuff to ramp up our food production, as well as the actual mammal stuff. Because I want to say the mammals only... I can't remember if they only give you DNA if they're well fed, or they only reproduce, or they only, Right, they reproduce, and they only reproduce if they're well fed or whatever. One of the problems I'm going to run into is the more trees and other crap you have around, the harder it is to get it to the animals. So I'm going to take the mammals, I'm going to put them a little bit off to the side, because that'll help. So we're gonna go ahead and watch this pot boil for a moment, because we've got about 2 minutes, little over 2 minutes maybe, before the mammal phase unlocks. It's just one of those things that I could work on one thing here real fast, but it would be kind of one of those things that becomes meaningless. Now, we only have one more unlock after that, because this is what we're about to unlock. And then in one more TTI, we unlock the animal food tier 2. And I genuinely believe when it came to the animal feed tier 2, like I said, that's kind of the point. We just get a bunch more mammals. I'm going to try to get a good guess of how long it's going to take with the mammal scaling up kind of thing. If it does look like it's going to be a thing that's going to be quite a lot of hours, I might end up doing like a little offline play just to bring it forward. But that way we can wrap it up. Like, we'll still play this out for the night. Like, I could also see if people want me to switch to Satisfactory. But we'll see where we're at with that. Because I definitely know I want to finish this tomorrow. Or tonight if we can. More realistically, tomorrow. But we wanna finish this one out. I don't think there's a reality where I finish out the current Satisfactory run before Factorio's DLC drops. It's just too soon. But we can work on that, because that we just started Phase 5, and then the previous run we had 1.0 on Phase 5 and Satisfactory took us a good like 4 or 5 streams, I would guess. So knocking that out in one is not likely. Like, sure, if I had like meta speedrunner strats, we might be able to, but I don't. Cool. Next stage is like the planet done. Okay, so we've got the animal feeder and all that. So let's see what we need for these. So the animal shelter is a Lirma seed, methane gas, fertilizer 2, and all that. And then the feeder, okay, so neither of those are particularly bad. So let's get all that stuff done. So let's just plan right away and say, hey, 3 Lirma seeds, 3 water bottles. I didn't actually get the last one. 3 circuit boards and fertilizer 2s. That's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, right, because we're making the what's the word I'm looking for? We're making the bugs for making the feed, and the bugs that make the feed consume fertilizer 2. Okay, what do I need for fertilizer 2? Fertilizer 2 is fertilizer 1, squash, algae, and methane. Fertilizer 1 is sulfur. So once again, sulfur. Sulfur is our problem. We did add yet another drill onto the sulfur. They are just going full bore. It seems I'm going to need yet another sulfur drill. That very weirdly, sulfur apparently is just like the material that's the problem in this run. Considering we're already sitting on what, 5 drills dedicated to just sulfur? And they are all empty from being consumed. That is not my expected promise. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then meanwhile, we have all these going, which are finally all empty. Make sure they're not empty because they're running out of material. They are not. Okay. Do we have drones waiting yet, or in the backlog? Not quite. We're getting close. A couple more drones, and we should start to see them stockpile or pile up. Look, man, I just need more sulfur. Let's go out. We can mine some sulfur and just chuck it in that box to help get things caught up a little bit. Not my favorite way of tackling this, but right now, that's just going to bottleneck literally everything. But I can also just mine the sulfur myself, make the materials I need myself to make the habitats in the short term. I also know I've been through this area quite a few times to clean up sulfur, so we're gonna start getting more and more difficulty finding it. Apparently a lot more difficulty finding it. Well, that's convenient. Just give me the tier 2, that's fine. I'm not gonna complain about that at all. Alright. Wait, is it sulfur? Yeah. Okay. The other thing I'm kind of hoping is that pretty soon we're going to start seeing some of the things that take sulfur getting caught up on. But I think realistically, I'm just going to need more drills. I'm also hoping we're going to start seeing the iridium situation get improved on. But if I need more drills, I need more drills. It'll be fine. Should also probably check on where I'm drilling the uranite. Can't remember if we already upgraded those all to tier 3. I thought we did, but if not, I should. Because then again, that'll still save the drones having to run back and forth, carrying crap that we don't care about. Okay, inventory full. Let's go drop off. Because we got lucky when we got that tier 2 fertilizer, which is what I needed right from the get-go. So at least let me get my first mammals online, and then we're just going to basically be like more mammals, more mammals, more mammals. And I think over there is where I'm going to put the mammals. Okay, so I've got all the sulfur. So just drop the whole pile into the box. Drop you away. Sort you out. Put you into the overflow. Oh yeah, we can also put you into overflow as well. Not you. Get you back. Okay. So. Back to what we were working on. So I need a methane. Which is here. I have no methane. Alright, what do I need for you? The circuit board, 2 Zela, and iridium rod, of course. Always the iridium rods. And I have no iridium ore even now because of our... Alright, one moment, we'll deal with... Okay. Just let's go get iridium. I keep upping our production, and yet it seems to get worse somehow, and I don't really understand. So let's get enough iridium for iridium rod. And get the thing to produce more methane up on the roof. and just keep working at it. Okay. I've already been in that box. Okay, got a little bit of iridium up here. Grab that sulfur. It's one of these things that I've been through here so much, I have to hunt a lot more to find the iridium. Okay. It's fine. And this is the first entrance I was able to take in here. What's up here? Something up here? Yeah, a dead end. Cool. Yep, I remember coming through here a bunch of times way at the beginning of the game because I needed to go down there for, I think it was Uranite. The good news is I had way more than enough iridium at the time, so I left all the iridium behind. Alright, well I guess we just won't have that one. Right, I had to come into this area both for the iridium, well not the iridium, sorry, the bauxite and the aluminum itself. But those are both materials I end up fighting for a lot. And we were up here before. Yeah, as you can see, that box has been looted. Okay. We can get out of here and head back home. You're not going to find, like, any iridium out here. Alright, so hopefully that sulfur is starting to settle down back at the base. I also need to check to see if those drones are starting to back up, because that's the big thing I'm watching for now, is once the drones start backing up, I know I can stop producing those, and that'll be two things that they're eating up the iridium for. But right now, I think literally the lack of drones is one of my bottlenecks, is just being able to bring the materials back to base fast enough. We're gonna see real fast. The drones are piling up. Alright, it's time to turn off drone production. Thank goodness. So pop back up here. Turn that off, and we should be good. In the meantime, let's go pop over here, get an iridium rod. I can actually get two, and I'm going to keep those. I'll drop off the ore. We can drop off the sulfur. Okay, so we need you pulling methane, so 2 zeolite. And 2 superalloy. Okay, and you are going to be producing just methane. Okay, so methane on the network. So for the other ones that are not, they're the smaller ones. What's your difference? Is there no difference? You literally have the same requirements? That's a weird thing. I don't know which we'll need more. I'm gonna plan for methane. Oh, you need to be added back to the network. Where'd you go? So that's at least some good news, is the material requirements didn't meaningfully change between the tiers. So I was able to swap them and not have a big ordeal. So I still have a spare iridium rod, which I'm not sure what we're going to do with yet, but I'm going to hold on to because those are such a pain that I think holding on to it's a good idea. Let's go back to you. So you needed a methane and a silk, so let's go ahead and get that sorted. I do have 8. Never mind, it's gone. I blinked. Can't do that. Give me another methane. I need a methane and a silk. The silk we probably already have stockpiled. I did put 2 of the generators on the ceiling specifically for methane. I think it's fertilizer we have that's eating the methane. One of the tiers of fertilizer, I believe, has it as a requirement. Come on, you. Give me another shot. Mine. You can't have it. Alright, and silk. And then silk should be over here. We should have tons of it. Okay. So with that, we have our very first animal habitat thing. Let's, while we're over here, what's the feeder take? An extra water. Because I'm realizing let's just grab what we need for both some food and everything. Well, the food shouldn't be a problem. I can just have the food sent. Right, so... Well, the animal feed... Okay. The animal feed becomes an interesting consideration. And the reason that becomes an interesting consideration is if I have it being shipped here, because I figured out where here was, you can't import and export the same thing, so having this as a buffer, that's been fine for now. I think now this becomes a supply, and right now that's just gonna sit here, and that's fine. But that will ultimately become obsoleted. So I need honey and bioplastic. So let's go honey and bioplastic. And let's double check. So I just need to make sure I have the 2 circuit boards and the 2 water. I do not have 2 circuit boards. Alright. So the plan was straightforward of, if I'm going to bother putting down, I should get the animals themselves. Grab all of that DNA. And I should pop over here and push the buttons. Okay. Yeah, so now the phase of the game we're at, it is race over here, build an animal habitat, give it food, pet the animals, come back, repeat, and occasionally when I have a surplus of some material like iridium rods or stuff like that, then I turn around to use those iridium rods to like make a heater or whatever. Alright, and so we have our very first habitat going down right here. Yeah, so you can see it gives me plants, pressure, heat, and insects. And we could drop off 5 of those. That's good news. So we pet them, and that gives us more genes. Oh, I need another silk. Okay. So grab another silk for the feeder, because the feeders will cause the animals to multiply faster. It'll heal them if they get hurt, which I don't remember if they like slowly lose life if they're not fed or how that works. But basically they need to be fed. That's the important key element there, is they need to be fed. Okay, and we have all of that, so I need silk. Let's just grab like 4 silk. Alright. But then it becomes a juggle of build place for animals to live, drop in a full complement of animals to go in there. Notice when your food starts to fall behind, continue to expand your food production, yada yada yada. I remember it being a big hassle. The good news is your animal feeder, if I recall correctly, can actually feed a lot of animals just once, so you don't need like 1 feeder per thing. So we can say demand animal food, priority 1. So with that storage container that was full is going to start dumping into this, and we'll be good. And I just pet those. Yeah, so animal multiplier 1000, growth rate, whatever. Yeah, so animals 5,000, so we're getting 174.5 kilograms of animals per second. So all of that is going to help a great deal. Here comes the convoy of drones to say, eat animals, eat. Alright, so for the next one, I will need a circuit board, tier 2 fertilizer, and methane. And we're going to be ping-ponging back and forth between, like, making the DNA stuff and making more animals and yada yada. I don't remember how it determines, like, what percentage on all those matter. But I believe when we look at the animal score on here now, the animal score should absolutely be flying along. Yeah, so biomass is just absolutely sending it. We are getting the other 3 just nowhere near the same speed, but that's just kind of the phase we're in. But you can see we're already 5% towards game 1 kind of thing. So for the next habitat, I need the circuit board, the tier 2, and the methane. So methane, we don't have any right now. Circuit board, there you go. Tier 2 fertilizer, nice try. Sulfur, do I have any sulfur stacking up? Not really. It's getting eaten as fast as it's happening. That's fine. Let's see here. So the animal feed should just be sorting itself out. That box will slowly go down. That's okay. Because we're not replenishing the box at all, like the food's gonna go straight over. Because I remember where the heck I put it. It's over here. Yeah, so that's gonna just slowly empty. That's fine. So I need the methane. I also need more DNA. Just grab a bunch of this. Boom. Okay, so we can just go up to this machine and say, hey, make me an animal. Cool. Make me an animal. Cool. Make me an animal. Cool. Yup. Cool. Alright, so at this point, I don't have enough stuff to make another animal. So that gives us a bunch of that. Try and go over here for some methane. Just need to snag the methane, and then I'm going to need to snag some more tier 2 fertilizer. And the pro and the con with the fertilizer is what should happen here is we should start to see the bugs get caught up. There we go. Wait. Are you carrying the methane over here? Is that what's happening right now? No, I do not have methane on the list there. Alright, so we grabbed the methane. The next on the list is the fertilizer 2. Let's go upstairs. What do I need for the fertilizer 2? I need fertilizer 1, not a big deal. Ah, the fertilizer 2 also is struggling with methane. I understand. Let's make another one of these producing methane. So, another circuit board, 2 superalloy, and 2 zeolite or whatever. Circuit boards. 2 zeolite. That's fine, I'll deal with that in a moment. And 2 superalloy. We'll see if we have any in the surplus. We do. Okay, that's not going to have any more space at it, so we're just going to plunk that right down here. And more methane and supply. Alright, and... yeah, so we should be getting more methane, which should ultimately be getting us more fertilizer 2. The fertilizer 2 is getting consumed extremely quickly for, I believe, making the common bug things, whatever. Let's see. Yeah, for making those. And the fertilizer 2 is over here. So we can catch this when it produces more. We can probably make this work out. I don't even remember what else taking you. Fertilizer 2. It was telling me that there's stuff in range. You're still working, right? Okay, so you need what? You need the methane. That's literally working right now. I missed my opportunity. It's already been taken from me. Okay, so we know it's working, because I saw it make one, and it immediately got yoinked away before I could do anything with it. And then was consumed to go into the next thing. Hey, Thrall, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I hope you enjoyed the last 3 streams you caught with no streams missed in the middle. I do appreciate it. Alright, so are you taking the fertilizer too? Is that what's happening right now? Yes. And then you are consuming them. Okay, I can work with this. Because what we can do is, while we wait for everything to sort itself out, is we can go to the superalloy area. I can pick up a whole bunch of the common bugs, drop them in, and that should pause that production for a while, which should allow all our other stuff to start playing catch up. And then top of this will let me get more DNA for whatever I need it for. Okay. Because they're basically making animal food. And that should stabilize, where we should start to see a gain in a lot of that stuff. It's just kind of the shock of getting that all added at once is creating problems. Okay. 2 more. Alright, so with that, what I should be able to do is we can hop upstairs to where we're producing the common larva and just chuck it in there. So boom, you're full. Where are you taking those? You're no longer supplying to the network. Oh, do I have that large cabinet down here that's holding them? Yeah, so that's not needed anymore. Okay, we're just getting a whole bunch of DNA out. Alright, so back to what we were doing. So we're working on you. I need the tier 2 fertilizer, which again is still stuck waiting on other stuff because it's being consumed for the larva. And as a reason, I wanted to stop it from going. Well, actually, we can fix this. Let's pop down here real fast. Because what we can probably do is if we go into this one for the larva again, grab all of that out, and then chuck it in that machine. I don't need to have a surplus of this anymore. I just need enough to power the next machine in the process. So we drop that in. You shouldn't eat the fertilizer 2 for a while. This will continue doing its thing. And just checking. What all did you need? You need beans and all that. Okay, so that is going to eat what's there, but you'll notice in 2 more processes, this will fill. And then once this fills, it'll be just down to this. And then it should stop going. Okay, so Plankton B is what's needed there. So let's check. Let's check Plankton B and Mutagen 3. What are we running low on? Mutagen 3, we're golden on. Plankton B, we have more than we can possibly hope or dream of. So we're good there. So it's going to do a couple of rounds of processed materials, and then that should stop eating up all our stuff. And you're full. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more common ones. I'm just trying to get that thing. It's just the methane looks like. I mean, yeah, the methane we're also producing extra. So let's go ahead and chuck in a little bit more. I'm not looking for nearly as much, just like 5-6 of these. I'm just trying to get the thing to stop eating my fertilizer 2. And then once it stops eating my fertilizer 2, I should get some fertilizer 2 through, which that means I'll be able to make the animal exhibits and all that. That's about 5, probably 2 more. Alright, 1 more. Okay. So I can pop back up here. Because we'll need this to produce some, which should be a very low amount. Okay, so you've got that. You're full as well. I can go ahead and pop to the box downstairs and have it hold the rest that occasionally I'll grab from the box instead. Cool. The rest of this in here. In here. Awesome. Cool. Alright, so let's look here. So I just need the tier 2. We don't have any spares sitting there yet. But we're also dealing with a methane drop. We have gone and massively increased our methane production. So that'll hopefully resolve that. And then as far as you go, yeah, you're sitting on the methane as the limiter. So that's a problem. I still don't have an iridium rod, do I? Okay. Let's see if we can get another one of the things producing methane. So grab all of those. You can deal with that when we get there. And I'll make an iridium rod. We'll put another thing on the roof to make even more methane. Okay, so that's one more iridium ore will do it. How are we doing on our rockets? Bad. That's the answer. Bad. We're doing bad on rocket engines. Okay, cool. So we've got that. That's our iridium rod. In the meantime, for you, I need a circuit board, 2 super alloy, 2 zeolite. Okay. So we'll get even more methane into the process. Methane, supply, make sure you're set to supply. You are. Cool. So even more methane coming into the system. How is our power doing? We should be good, right? Yeah, well, I mean, we're already down to 9,000. So we are going through it quickly. All right. So what we should start seeing... There, the fertilizer too. Thank you. All right, because that should start to settle down. It might even be one of those things that here in a minute we run and do like one of the shipwrecks, just to give the system time to do stuff. Because in the meantime, there's not a whole lot I can contribute to make it meaningfully faster. Because that's what I remember I remember doing to finish this game out the last time. Was we got to this phase, and it basically got into a game loop of put down a habitat, pet a bunch of the animals, go to a wreck, and repeat, because there's just kind of a wait that happens. Meanwhile, I can go to you, drop all you in. Cool. So as you can see, you get more and more of them to pet. They all have their traits to them. But as you pet them, you get more genes. And then you throw those genes in the machine to make more of the DNA. Ooh, you are getting that supply, right? It might be... Oh, no, 5 are missing. Yeah, so it's... Yeah, there's the 5 bringing the food. It was just the fact that the 5 ate the food all at one time. That's fine. Yeah, so the more we get that going, the better and better things will get. If we do start to get extra iridium rods, I can put down more heaters and drills and all that. The heaters would probably be the biggest win, just because I already have a bunch of stuff for that. Meanwhile, we can extract you. Extract you. We can go over to DNA. Give me an inventory full. I can say, hey, do it. Give me more. And we go... Do it. I need the other color stuff. Alright. Drop all that in there. Sort you. So I'm not getting the other colored things. But what I can do is I can grab here, I can grab a bunch of these. So grab 6 of those. Grab 1 rocket engine. Grab an osmium rod. Grab a tier 4 mutagen. I think that's all I need, and we'll send up a rocket to get some of that extra DNA out of here. Cool, because I had like a whole bunch of the one texture color, but not the other. So for another one of these, I need a circuit board, a methane, and a T2 fertilizer. So the circuit boards are here. I will need a methane, which is there. I have to wait for a tier 2 fertilizer. Right, which because those drones probably... Oh, did those drones grab from the machine first and not the food supply because it was farther away? I think they did. And you've already reproduced it all. It is what it is. That's going to be a little bit of a pain point. I am just going to have to increase our production. We already know that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a reoccurring one. But it'll get sorted. Okay. Yeah, so we need the second color. Now, if I remember checking with the extractors, and we look at our second color here, the fish give you the second color as their main source. So we're looking for the fish eggs. And if I go into my Feeessh box, I've got all these, and unfortunately the problem is I don't believe these are ones you can use the extractor on. Yeah, this Tege whatever style fish eggs, not an option. So I gotta make fish eggs for it to work, which is a real big old bummer. That said, that isn't necessarily true. What I could do as an alternative is we just run out to the animals, we give them all a bunch of pets until we get that going on. And considering 2.25 is when we get the better pet food, we're already getting pretty close. We're about halfway between when we got the animals and that. The hitboxes, some of the babies are really, really a whole experience. Okay. We got a bunch of good stuff. None of what I actually needed, though. Come on. I know we're missing one, like the little lizard-looking ones. Is that the other one? Who am I missing? Who did not get their pets? There you go. Ah, just more patterns. Alright, so we're gonna have to go out of our way to get some fish eggs. And then we can use those fish eggs to turn around and get ourselves some more of the texture. Because to make an animal, you have to have the species, the first color, and the second color. Everything else is bonus. But those are the requirements. So what we can go ahead and do over here is just make a couple of those and use them to get stuff going. If I click on these, it'll add it into the appropriate spots. We see it's the second texture here is mandatory. And then the source of those is these fish eggs down here. So the way we can do that is we'll go to this machine. What is the easiest to make fish eggs? Any of the plankton and tier 2. Sorry, tier 3. Yeah, any of the plankton and tier 3 mutagen. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll make it an even 5. And we'll go plankton. There we go. I was like, what? And then fertilizer 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still don't have a fertilizer 2 to spare. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. Huh? What? I have an extra fertilizer than I expected. That's fine, we'll just grab an extra mutagen, extra plankton. Yeah, it's weird that showing the plankton thing up there. Normally it shows, like, you know, if you're making a larva, it shows a larva. If you're making fish eggs, it shows fish eggs. But I could just be misremembering. Alright. Cool. And then we'll grab that one. You're so addicted? I mean, no, I just want to play through the game and get it done. It's Tomb ended up getting called into work, and I'm like, alright, well, I guess I'll just stream. I'd like to get this game finished before Factorio drops, because then I'd have 3 outstanding games going at the same time, and that's when things start to get a little bit harder to juggle, in my opinion. You're having some weird, glitchy stuff going on here. Alright. Because then we can get some more mammal stuff going on. Hopefully that'll give the fertilizer time to sort itself out. If I got to increase the production of something, we can. Ooh, golden fish eggs. They're probably making new species you unlocked after you hit next plateaus, Tech Deer? I mean, right now, we're at the point, there's only higher, like, one more higher food. Everything else is unlocked. Like, we're to say we're at the end of the game, we are literally on, we can make more mammals. What else can we do? We can make more mammals. What about fish? No, more mammals. Like, I can make more fish, and they will contribute technically, but we, like, literally the next stage is the end of the game, and we're already a fifth of the way there. Like, honestly, that's a fifth of the way there we've gotten in about 20, 30 minutes. And it's just gonna get faster as we go along, so this is just getting trippy. It's also probably snagging the fish out of here if I'm not watching it, because it should box it. So to make sure we don't have any fish eggs we care about. Yeah, these ones I can't turn into stuff. Frog eggs we don't have. DNA we're doing alright. So I'm going to go ahead and do is go to the DNA extractor. That's full. Go to you. You're full. Drop in the fish. Unfortunately, those gold ones are bioluminescence. That's really good. And not what I actually need. It's fine. DNA. Give. Do this. Cool, give. Cool, give. Cool, give. More DNA. Okay, so I don't have any more we need, so I'm just gonna take the whole thing of DNA I've got right now. I was going to say I'm gonna drop it off, but I don't have the room for it. It's fine. Alright, so I need more tier 2 fertilizer, which I do not have in hand. Okay, and what are you waiting on for tier 2 fertilizer? Tier 2 fertilizer is... let's check on the squash and the algae and make sure that's fine. It's sounding like it's methane. No! It's not! It's algae! Algae's the bottleneck now. Okay, let's go look at our algae. It's been a long time since I had to worry about that. 2 bioplasts, let's get that. And I'm gonna overkill it, so we're gonna make 2 of these. 2 tier 1 fertilizers. Like finding a way? Yeah. 2 tier 1 fertilizers. 2 magnesium. Was it 2? Yeah. 2 magnesium, 4 super alloy. There's the 4 super alloy. And here is the 2 magnesium. I'll put 1 here. Put the other one here. Because I had weird things where when it was underneath the building... oh, I need a water. When it was underneath the building, that for whatever reason it just wasn't detecting. Like it wouldn't make the algae. So I gotta put a little cattywampus under the building. So it should still be in range. But that should help. Alright, so algae was the next pain point we were running into. So we just added 2 more onto that. It's gonna take a little while for that to catch up. But yeah, so that's you've got all that stuff consuming the algae, and that's becoming an issue. Interestingly enough, so I can't actually click on the algae buildings and say, please supply, but the bots will go down there and grab, so that's the water. Yeah, so these things, I can't do anything. Yep, that's fine. I might even be worth putting more down while I wait. Just to remain productive. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just overkill this. They cost almost no power at this stage of the game, so who cares? 1, 2. 2 fertilizer 1s, which are another thing that's not a huge deal. They do ultimately require algae to make fertilizer 1s, if I remember correctly. But at the same time, it's just not a problem. So 4 of those. And 2 more magnesium. We have something that's actually consuming the magnesium at a decent rate now, which is a little concerning, but not so concerning that I'm going to make a big stink over it. Okay. There. So we have more than doubled our production of algae. The downside is there will be a pretty big delay from me building those and I'm actually making more. So that's just what it is. DNA, we can sort you out. Do we have any of the other color? No, we do not. Fair enough. We can go rocket. 2 osmium rods, 2 rockets. 2 mutagen 4s. And a DNA, let's see here. I've got a lot for the sizes. Let's get rid of the littler sizes. That's 1 rocket's worth. 1, 2, 3. And 4. Then you need 2 more. Yeah, so I'm trying to get rid of, like, the smaller size animals and all that. Not have as much of those. Keep working it. Two more rockets on their way. Yeah, because each of these habitat things I can get up and going, the better we'll be off just because I'll have that many more animals that much faster. Meanwhile, the methane. Methane is still struggling as well. Not a huge fan of that. The fertilizer 2 is still struggling. I still need more common larvae. That honestly seems like it's the big problem. Animal food 2. Alright, what do you require? Watch, it's gonna be something like 2 animal food 1. And you'll be like, come on. 10 larvae. Animal food 2. Rare larva, algae, and animal food 1. Alright. So I definitely know, before we go any farther, I need 2 of you. And I will need a rod. And we go over where this food is. Because we need 2 things from here. So, the rare larva is mutagen 4, fertilizer 2, of course. Okay, well that's gonna suck. Cool, man. That makes me feel great. Alright, so fertilizer 2, we are now putting everything we can into fertilizer 2 production. That's what I'm catching here. What I'm catching is that we just need to say, hey, fertilizer 2 production, what if? Yes. And then on top of that, I am going to need the animal feed 2 production going on. And for the record, that means literally everything in the game is unlocked now. Okay. And then you can do that, which requires algae and the rare larva. The real question about that... Okay, it is in range. Alright, so... Basically, fertilizer 2 production needs to be ramped up. Like, needs to be ramped up hard. And that is the squash, algae, methane, and fertilizer 1. Fertilizer 1 is fine. Let's check on our squash. I haven't looked at our squash box in a while. It could be that we're also low on squash, but let's just see. Squash is maxed out, so it is definitely not that. The methane, still lagging behind. So let's try and get another iridium rod going, so that hopefully I can get that sorted out. But the TTI is going up so fast now, but I guess that doesn't really mean anything past 2 TTI. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that it does is that going up means this is going up. So very genuinely, I would imagine we're finishing this tonight. And then probably still having an hour and some change left on stream before we run out of time, kind of thing. Yeah, so keep bringing me that iridium. I just need more. Bring me more. Because we're going to increase our methane production. As long as this box has not got methane in it, it means I need more. It's a shame I didn't find a place I could put a drill to just get straight up iridium. That I am having to go through the uranite. Just because that uranite is just not producing anything. What? Why am I holding the methane? What is the methane for? Ah, I do need methane for that. Alright, 4 more. We get 4 more, I make a bar, we go and increase our methane production even more. While we wait for that, let's go take a peek at our drones. See if they're still, Okay, so they're still waiting. That's all I wanted to check. As long as we got drones waiting here, it means there's not a reason to make more drones. They are idling, waiting their turn to do stuff. Okay, 2 more. And then we'll get iridium rod and be able to move on from that. Let's see, is there a possible iridium mining site? Not that I found. I tried going around the volcano and drop a bunch down. But we have unlocked everything we can. And there's definitely nowhere on the map that they mark iridium or uranium. So it's just processing the uranite. Because I haven't been able to find a place to mine the gems of any kind, the uranium, or the iridium. And that might be a deliberate design choice. It is surprising to me that there's nowhere to get the gems. I kind of figured there'd be a place where you could get, like, the thing you break down the gems from. But honestly, you also really don't need many gems. And then the only one you need a lot of is the pulsar gems, and there's a crafting recipe for that. So that might be a deliberate design decision to give the wrecked ship more value if you want to scale some stuff. You just have to go in there, clear out 2 or 3 of them, and that's enough to make a bunch of machines. Okay, so that's enough for an iridium rod. And we already have expanded our production of the iridium and all that like 2 or 3 times during the stream alone. Okay, so I need a circuit board, 2 zeolite, 2 super alloy. So 2 zeolite, a circuit board. Let's see, we got super alloy in the surplus. I do. You can go here, and I would like a little bit more methane, please. Let's see. It seems to me you mine uranite in this DLC to get your iridium. Yeah, and that's what I think as well. I honestly don't think it's a bad thing either. It's just, in this particular case where I'm at, uranium is a material I almost don't use anymore on any meaningful level. And in the super alloy, I just get it so ridiculously fast. So it's just, weirdly, the uranium is a big bottleneck. Okay. So with that, we are not seeing any fertilizer too. That doesn't surprise me at all with our situation. So what I am going to need, though, is I am going to need, let's see, the methane should be going up. And that's the bottleneck we're seeing. Once I start seeing the methane building up in here, I know we're in good shape. We're gonna let that run for a little while. In the meantime, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the good news is, our mutagen 3 is now maxing out, so the materials that go into that aren't going to be a thing we're consuming anymore. And then DNA-wise, that's 1 rocket, 2 rockets, 3 rockets, I believe. Is that correct? 15, 18, yes. And I don't have enough inventory for 1 more, so we'll deal with that in a moment. Because all these are speeding up animals as well. Good luck, fishies. Maybe a manual iridium trip? I've picked it pretty extensively. That's good to see. We're seeing the explosive powder starting to build up, so that's really good news. But yeah, no, it's not that there isn't more. It's getting a lot harder to find. Oh, I'm missing a mutagen 4 from you. And then more DNA. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now be another rocket. But yeah, no, unfortunately, it's getting harder and harder to come by iridium on the ground. And I could start summoning the asteroids for it, but the fact that it takes an iridium rod to then summon iridium to get, like, maybe 2 iridium rods, I'm probably better off just not doing that. We love you, fishies. Yep, fishies, keep doing your job. Keep doing your job, go into space. Okay, still not getting extra methane. Let's check the extractors on the roof and see how they're doing. Okay, you're all running fine. Do you have... Yeah, so you do have materials in you. You're not running low on materials to run. Yeah, so you're all fine. The box, it's all fine. Yep. So we could probably use yet another extractor, maybe. Why not use tier 3 ore miner and focus it on iridium in any area that had it laying around? Oh, I ran through a bunch of them and just kept putting down the tier 3, and I kept getting, like, bauxite and other stuff. Not saying there isn't a place, just that I ran through the volcano a bunch, and I was unable to find a place that let me get just iridium. And like I said, when we look at the map, nothing does show up here that implies that that's the place to get it. To be fair, I would make the comment in this particular DLC, there is a lot of stuff that is counterintuitive. Like, for example, the obsidian being out here, as opposed to in this area, is really surprising. Considering, like, I think you get the other obsidian back here, so it's weird to me that the obsidian wasn't there. And that kind of thing. There's a couple head scratchers as far as like, oh, I find that material there. Sure, I guess. I mean, I'm down to do another run around with a drill to kill some time. I just need to get another iridium rod. You need 3 titanium. I still can't believe we had to... Are you, like... How am I not... I literally have a dedicated drill now just for titanium. I don't know what's eating all of my titanium. Do I literally need a second titanium exclusive drill? Let's make sure it doesn't have some, like, logic problem. Rocket motors? Maybe. Because I don't remember what goes into half of those things. Because you automate them and then you don't have to think about it anymore. So titanium should be right here. I'm just making sure, one, it was configured correctly, because I could totally see accidentally missing something and it's just not doing anything. Yep, no, you're set to titanium, and there's none there. So very weirdly, we are absolutely gobbling up all our titanium. So I feel like we need another drill for the titanium. And we can take a drill and run around and see if I can't find a place with iridium. But like I said, I have done a couple rounds in the volcano area, and that's the only area I've seen iridium in any meaningful capacity. But it could be I just happened to put in the wrong place. I should also consider try putting it farther out, just like the... Because as I mentioned before, you grab the obsidian out here, whereas until the patch, you didn't find it out there. Like, so far as on the ground. Super alloys were good. Super alloys, I'm literally dumpstering super alloy more than any other material in the game. I actually tore down all of my super alloy drills because just doing the uranite is giving me so much super alloy, I don't know what to do with it all. Okay, so I need some titanium. Let's actually check to make sure. Do the rocket engines take titanium? No, they don't. And we do have it... Oh, you mean super alloy consuming it? No, because like I said, we are just dumping it out very rapidly. So I don't think... You know what it could be? You actually might be onto a point. Let's check the super alloy production up here. So you're empty. Let's cancel that for now. Because that means that is producing that. Because I really don't need that. Just the fact that I have this box is usually almost always full of super alloy. Yeah, so we're probably consuming that titanium for no reason whatsoever. Meanwhile, I am going to continue chucking the iridium in here when I'm not using it. So that way we get more rocket engines and we do get some progress there. I just keep processing these as they come available. Alright. So, I wanted to make a drill. And that needs titanium. And how long are we doing? We're already almost halfway there. Like, genuine center's like, oh yeah, we could do this tonight. We might have this in the next hour or so. And if that happens, we'll switch over to Satisfactory and round out the stream with it. I might stream late just because, like I said, Tomb's not going to be home. She's working a third tonight, and I want to get these wrapped up as I can. And so it'll be good to have this on the plate. I have no illusion we'll be finishing Satisfactory before Factorio drops in 2 days. But if I can get to the point where I have everything basically set up, I don't mind doing what we did the last time, which is I got down to the end where it's like, okay, you know, I have X number of hours of wait to finish the run. And so I just did a stream where, or sorry, on my own time, I just let it run for a couple of hours. Because there was nothing else to do. So there's nothing else to see here at all. Let's go ahead. I don't think we'll get anything out of this. But while we wait, yep, no more blueprints. It does says no more blueprints for now, but there is no later it gets them. Alright, I can just go find another one of those. Let's eat our food. We'll grab another titanium. I think we'll probably be good now. We'll find another titanium on the way towards the volcano. I was gonna try and wait to the next break, chat, but I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that real fast and I'll be right back. I've been drinking entirely too much soda, and I have got to use the restroom in a big way. So I'll be right back, so thank you again for tuning in. Impressed that even with some pretty awful grabs, I've been able to get stuff back with this one. The truck, if I had anything less than a perfect grab, you just have logs get dropped out of the side of it or whatever. Now that I haven't had any escape this, we definitely have. It's shaking a bit. It's not happy about that. But I think it'll do well enough to get it over here, which is all I really care about. I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. Warning you, you don't want me going in there. I have a tendency to remove limbs. Huh. Oh, you once again cleanly cut someone's head off. Well. Okay. Yeah, so let's get back over here to the volcano. And like I said, I'm going to just try and chuck the drill down. We've already tried this twice. But, you know, everyone knows that the more you do the same thing and expect different results, definitely that's not a bad sign for one's thing. That's just doing good science. That's the reality. Good science is you just continuously repeating the same test, the same test, the same test, and expecting just, you never know. Sometimes there's a rogue variable that wasn't accounted for. Oh, come on. I saw you turn green there for a second. I just want that spot. It's over here somewhere. What do you give me? Obsidian. Already got some of that. Hello, box. You can just stay right where you're at. And I cannot place this on stone ground. It'll just say no. Sulfur, which, if I recall correctly, that's what we found in most of the volcanoes. Most of the volcano, it gave me sulfur as what it would give me. So we're in this weird little tunnel. I don't think I'll be able to put this down at all here. I think it's rock ground. Sulfur. Okay, so we're fully inside the volcano now. Sulfur. try going way back here as best we can. Just looking for a spot that might accept the drill. More rock, more rock. Can I wedge it in over here? Sulfur. Okay, we can't put the drill down here anywhere. Hey, you. Yeah, I'm trying to remember my way into the deeper part of the volcano. Well, it's good to know I could dip in the lava water. But as you can see, this place used to be completely chock full of iridium. And I can find some, but it's just like the little slightly obscured nooks and crannies that, you know, escaped my notice the previous times. Alright. You already hit this box multiple times. It's just got junk in it. That's a new area. Okay, found another new little spot. It's all stone, so I won't be able to put the drill in, but that means at least I can snag some iridium that I've missed. Okay, I can put a drill over here. It's gonna give me obsidian. With all this obsidian around here, I'm expecting to be... I saw you turn green for a second there. Yeah, that green ground I could place it on if I could find a good spot, but... It's sometimes really hard to tell... Oh, wait. Sulfur. But yeah, so you get the idea, is all this area up here, all of it's sulfur. Honestly, those I could turn into DNA, that's not bad, so we'll do that. Rocket engine, grab you two. Oh, that's at least something we really want. Silk is something I'm getting lots of. Give me that. Honestly, get rid of the titanium for the mutagen 2. And another chip that I have no need for. Here. I'm just gonna leave this armed over here. It's probably fine. Ooh! That's our first one of the special boxes. And I just realized I should have waited till I had no inventory filled up. Get rid of the nitrogen. Give me the special vehicle that we have seen for the first time. Circuit board's gone for the variant genetic or whatever it is. Titanium's gone for the explosive powder. And I think that'll just do. Yeah, so these are new chests that are special chests that are hidden on the map. That's the first one we found. I've not been doing the best about actually searching for them. Oh, we're low on water, so it's time to go home. But yeah, so as you can see, like, we didn't get to the bottom area of it this time, but I've tried putting down the drill just about everywhere I could think of around those areas, and I've never had it pop up with iridium itself. So I am thinking, just for the fact that we haven't seen iridium, we haven't seen uranium, we haven't seen any of the, Okay, are you kidding me? Fine. 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 Actually, I want one of those back. No, it's fine. So I've located two of them, and for the record, there's no new achievements in the DLC. There's some games that when you get the DLC, they'll give you DLC specific achievements, but it's always a mixed thing. That, like, if you've already finished the game, you kind of burnt out on everything, and then a DLC comes out, it kind of sucks to have a game you've 100%ed and now suddenly you've not 100%ed it anymore. I didn't even see what. Oh, it was for the coins. Okay, so you can have your little robot there. And your other little robot there. Okay, so we've got a bunch of iridium. I've got a ton of flowers to drop in for DNA. So, boom. Boom. So that's good news. So some of that DNA can actually put to use. We can drop off the osmium rods, which I grabbed those even though I am producing them. I'm just not producing them nearly fast enough. I'm going to go ahead and just not worry about the drill, because it's just proving to be too much of a thing. I'm going to drop you off in there. We're just going to let this keep doing its thing. It'll eventually catch up. We can drop the iridium here. The explosive power is catching up. We did manage to snag ourselves three tier 2 fertilizers, which is really nice. No more things to decode. Didn't figure there would be. We can get more of the gems up here. And I'm in no priority for the gems, so I just want to put them in those to eventually get run. Okay. So, we still have a bottle of water and a circuit board that I need for that. Water's here. How's the methane doing? Still not keeping up. Immediately regretting dropping the iridium rods in there. Okay. So I need the circuit board. And I need a silk. Which is still enough for me to build another habitat. So that's good news. And I see they're dropping off more food for the animals. Excuse me? You all got big. These are the animals I'm ready. I'm not sure where the bison came from, but okay. Hey, Pretty Big Goof, how's it going? Hit all of them. Okay. Alright, and with that, let's go over here and another animal habitat. Drop those in. We need to go to you and say demand tier 2 animal food. Soon enough, I'll be able to get enough of the tier 2 animal feed that I will get rid of the tier 1 as a list. Had all the things? Yeah. How's the plant crafting? We are getting right up to the home stretch. I'm actually expecting to potentially finish the terraforming in the next hour or so. After which point, if we get to there, then we will switch over to Satisfactory when that's done. Because we've already got mammals, it's just a matter of getting the score high enough. And when that hits 100%, then that's considered done. Okay, let's drop by here and go iridium. Boom. Make another rod. And then we can go into 2 zeolite, 2 super alloy, and a circuit board. I'll just go ahead and grab 2 while I'm over here. Yeah, so I definitely say which do I like more, the base game or the DLC? I do like the speed the progression has in the DLC, but I think a big part of that is because I'm coming off of like the base game to the DLC, having this one be faster is much nicer. I feel like you get tired of it much quicker the second time around. I do like the world so far as exploring this one a lot. That said, there's definitely something to be said that there's less stuff in this world compared to the other one. So far as like we don't have like the big mystery going on as well or whatever. Do we have any bioluminescence in here? No. That's fine. Okay. And I was just going until it told me no. Cool. Alright, so we've got all the DNA we're going to be able to do for that. We do have enough for another one of the things. Did you end up doing any of the portal wrecks? Yeah, we did one of the portal wrecks. No, was it 2 maybe? We did 1 or 2 portal wrecks. It wasn't many. They're basically almost exactly the same as the other game. The only difference that stood out to me, and this might be true of the base game now as well, is that there were ones that I had to bring with me the fusion cells, and that wasn't a thing before. Okay, so I need silk and methane. Give me another methane, please. That's fine. Actually, we could go ahead and drop this because I need more DNA before we can do another one. But yeah, so they're basically the exact same.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for subscribing for 34 months. Morning.
Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Thank you again so much for the tier 3 sub, being incredibly generous. I really do appreciate that. 34 months you've been subbed to the channel, and that means a whole heck of a lot. So thanks again so much for continuing to support the channel. And I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that support. Alright, so let's get another one of you up. And now I pet everyone. Everyone needs pets. You may not leave without the pets. It is a legal requirement to live on this planet. You must accept pets. Because that's just how I get DNA from... Don't look, man, don't look into it too much. I'm just getting their, like, dead skin cells on my hand and then taking them back and, you know, getting the DNA out of it. That's all. And then weirdly on this one, these are not animals that I have created. Well, this one is. But these aren't. These giant bison thing over here, I don't know where they came from. They're just here. Like, I started getting the animal phase, and then bison just started appearing on my map. And it's fine. They still give me the DNA and everything, so... Sure. I'm doing pretty good. Doing a bonus stream today. I hadn't planned on streaming, but Tomb got called into work, so I was like, alright, well... I caught up my paperwork and everything I need to do, like got all my invoices filed and yada yada yada. And so I'm like, okay, this would normally be a time that I might sit back and play some games for me, and I'm like, you know what though? These are the games I want to play right now. Random genetic mutation to the rockets? It would be cool. I think it probably is just like filling in places in the area that you're missing stuff. That's still fine. Alright, so we can go over here. Drop you off there. Sort. Okay, for another one of these, I just need a circuit board and a methane. So food for me. Circuit board. Give me that methane. Alright, so hopefully, if we look at the fertilizer 2 box, you've got a lot in there. Let's see, Pretty Big Goose says, you think you only did a couple of portal wrecks in the base game playthrough? Wouldn't mind doing more, but didn't feel necessary at that point. I had to do a lot of them for the achievements. Because there's 3 different endings to the base game that I won't spoil, but one of them, the wrecks are the primary way of getting it, like, to farm it. Because there's definitely 2 of the endings are really easy to get really quickly. And then the last ending is a pretty big grind. TCG, yeah, no, I saw TCG added something with the bulk boxes. I missed the details on it. I played like a day or 2 on the save off stream. I made the comment that I think on stream I'm probably good for TCG for a while, barring some major update. There's just a lot of other games coming out, and it does feel like where I'm at in the game is very much just, hey, let me go ahead and just open up a whole bunch of boxes, and you can just watch me open boxes. That's just where it's at. Which is fine for me playing on my own, but for stream, it feels like that gets repetitive way too fast. But that's been kind of the joke of, like, what does it do different from the others in its genre? And in a lot of ways, it is just kind of another one, with the exception of the trading card game side. But despite not being that different, it just really kind of hits the mark. Yeah, no, there's, basically, you need a whole lot of the currency, and if you look at these things, they're worth tons of Terra tokens. You end up needing lots of Terra tokens for one of the endings. It's definitely, like, the other endings are easy peasy, and then that ending is like, oh my god, please, just be done. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to a DNA surplus where I'm going to need to do rocket stuff. Oh, and we had mutagen 2s I pulled out of that box and I haven't done anything with. Alright, so we need another one of these. Fertilizer 2. I want to see Fertilizer 2 in there. Nope. That is not encouraging. Let's put the rocket engine away. How are we doing so far as our percent now? We're probably like 70, 80? Yeah. Look at that go. We could almost watch it if we wanted to. We're not going to because that sounds boring. But, we could if we wanted. If I didn't want to put any more effort into it, I could literally just sit here like that. That's fast enough that you're talking less than an hour probably before that's done. I am curious what they will have us do, because normally I want to say, didn't we get an email by now when we were last playing that was like, hey, when you hit this percentage, you can get in your rocket and go? Or maybe it was I did have to wait all the way through and then go. You never seen the ending? Well, this is the DLC. I haven't seen the ending of the DLC. I'm assuming it will be similar to the other one, because we didn't... So, with the other one, you have your, like... I can't remember if it's your, like, sister or friend or whatever who contacts you, and they'll guide you to one ending. And then you have, like, being a good little convict, and just doing as Sentinel Corp tells you, and that's a second ending. And then the third ending is a secret. And the only reason I don't feel bad about saying the first two is because, like, the first two, the game directly hands to you, and it's like, these are two. But the third ending is one you gotta suss out. Or I'm sorry. No, your friend is one of the other endings, and then there's a third ending that's unrelated to those two. The point is, there's 3 endings. There's 2 that are handed to you pretty straightforward. And then there's a third ending that you gotta kind of figure out on your own. So I need the other colors that we get from fish eggs. Because I don't have enough DNA to get more animals. Alright, Randall Thor, you have yourself a good lurk. Let's see, they graded the bulk boxes, so for 100 cards between 1 and 2.5, they sell for 250. Oh, gotcha. So you can have, like, your $1 boxes, your $2 boxes, or whatever. I think that's a good change. Because we kind of wanted to be able to have, like, this is a commons, uncommons, rares, or whatever boxes. Because you have stuff like that in card shops. Or, like, here's, like, the super-duper discount junk cards that, you know, you might give to kids or whatever so they can play along with you and learn the game. And if they show interest, then you give them... You might, you know, you hype them, might help them get better cards. Oh, wait. There we go. I feel like there are extra animals spawning into the world that I'm able to pet, which is a good change in my opinion, because 1, it makes it feel like there's more life in your world. And then 2, because you pet the animals and they give you a little bit of DNA here and there, it means instead of having to grind the DNA nearly as much, you could just walk around, find the new animals, and then give them pets. Okay, and those are extras. Alright, so I have everything I need for another habitat and the animals to put into it. And we're at 82%. And climbing. Alright. I did like where they added artificial intelligence to the robots and everything, and the one robot was like, terraforming a planet seems like an impossible task. I'm going offline. The robot just being like, nope, not interested. You're on your own, man. I didn't sign up for this. Well, that's cool. Oh, never mind. It's another one underneath the first one. I was about to say, that's cool the way it has like a little underhanging, like glow-in-the-dark bioluminescence thing. But no, it's just another animal being smothered. Robot, not my thing. Yup. Not paid enough for this. Not paid at all. Yeah, so food is all fine for right now. Okay. Yeah, it's also so weird that the flow of this game. So early on, it's, you know, find the resources, build the machine, find the resources, build the machine, find the resources, build the machine. You're exploring the map in the middle of it all. And then you get to the home stretch, it's like, what is your thing? Pet animal. What else? Pet animal. That's what we're doing. We're pet animal now. We worked hard, and now we just give lovin' to animals. Let's grab some of your DNA. You can probably make better varieties of things. Okay. Well, that is enough for one more. So I need the tier 2 fertilizer. Cool, so tier 2 fertilizer is finally actually starting to stock up. I need the methane. I need a water. Water is starting to run out. I hate it. The Lirma. Silk and circuit boards. And now let me put down another. And then we probably need to check at the gauge because I'm willing to bet we're getting down to, we're probably in the 90 percentages now. I can't remember if they make you build a rocket to get off the planet or just use, I think they do. At least I think in the first one you did have to build a special rocket. It wasn't like some really costly endeavor or anything either. Like there's no new materials that we're going to see at this stage. Okay. Okay. So let's see where we're at with all this. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that if you didn't care about your place, you could just take apart 2 or 3 buildings and then slap it down and have a rocket ready to roll, if I recall correctly. My biggest issue is probably just going to be where am I putting it because space constraints. 95% and going fast. I can pop over here and say, hey. Enough DNA for one more. Alright. But you got an email yesterday that they're finally upgrading the internet infrastructure in your area? Nice! Yes, literally we got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes of in real life time for that to go, because that's going well faster than 0.1 per second. And so it is just trucking along, doing its countdown. So genuinely, by the time I figured out what I could do for my next set of animals, it's already going to be time. Because I would need to get methane, water, circuit board, all of that stuff, and we had stuff that was running low. So instead, we're watching the doomsday clock between, you know, when this gets terraformed. Honestly, it's not even going to be 3 minutes. We've gone about 45 seconds since I said that, and we've already knocked out about 1.5%. So it's just trucking along. Let's see, best speeds have been 2 megabytes download for the last forever. 2 megabyte download. Do you mean Yeesh. 2 megabyte down is rough. Heck, 2 megabyte upload is pretty appalling. And with this, it's gonna hit 100%. Bong. And then there is no more to be done. Do I... I've terraformed your planet. Can I leave? Excuse me. The planet's terraformed. Can I go now? Where's my email? I did. Let's double check. Yep, so this is saying, hey, you're not allowed to leave the planet until its terraforming is complete. No problem. Basically that this planet has been identified for future colonization. We got a thing that says that whoever terraforms the planet first will get claim on it, which is fine. And then we got an email that was saying, hey, you trashed our robots. Well, this is awkward. No, so the claim on the planet isn't I'm claiming it. It's that Sentinel Corp was claiming it. Because it was a dispute between Sentinel Corp, who is the one I'm serving my sentence under, and then some robotics company. And so the implication is there's some race going between the two of you, but the robotics, like, all the robots are destroyed when you find them. And so they accuse you of destroying it. Ah, there we go. We just had to go away. Alright, so let's check our email. It's like, thanks for terraforming the planet, nerd. You're on your own. And then you just keep building the heat things and just burn the entire planet to the ground. Which would be a pretty awful thing to do after you've populated it with wildlife and everything. Mesmer Sentinel Corp, congratulations. You have successfully terraformed this planet. Thanks to your effort, Sentinel Corp is now officially the legal owner of Humble IP 168. A shuttle is coming to extract you in approximately 452 days. We're not waiting 452 days. The idea is that they're not actually coming, is my assumption. Well, so kind of a ending not ending thing, because if I'm wondering how many, is there some place we can actually see our information in the game? Okay, so actually, here's what we can do. So we got this email on 3058, and then we got our first email on 3058 as well. Literally all of these have been this in-game year. I don't see anywhere that this game keeps the actual this is today's date kind of thing. Yeah, there's nothing here that implicates what day it is. So yeah, no, I think that's the idea, because they depict as Sentinel Corp as being kind of crappy. So I think the idea is you probably play in-game days like maybe 50 to 100 days to get through the whole game or something like that, maybe more. But ultimately, the idea is you're just supposed to like die, and I wouldn't even be surprised. Maybe it'll be a meme that if you do wait this, that you just get a repeating message that, you know, it'll be 1,000 days or something like that. I don't know. But that to me feels like it's kind of a troll, because no one's going to sit here and play for like an in-game year after you've already finished the game, that the only thing left to do is to make that number above my head get bigger. Like that's what's left of the game, is make that number bigger. Because we've already unlocked everything. You could explore and find stuff and all that. But yeah, it does feel like this game did a really good job compared to the Not DLC. The Not DLC, this last phase or two, took a long time to get through. Like, it was just a lot grindier. And that's going well. I also appreciate that forgot that we should be on bigger units. All of these have dropped back down to lower scale units and then just got bigger. Maybe go out of render again and see if a new message... We can try that. I'm willing to do that. We'll go over to the escape pod, and if something happens, great. If not, we'll just assume it's done. And it could be that there is going to be, over the next, like, in-game... Like, you play 2-3 in-game days, and then you get another message. I don't really want to deal with that, if it is the way, where you just gotta wait, because they want to make you feel abandoned or whatever. I understand that, but hear me out. If I assume that's the end of the game, I'm gonna stop. It's on the devs to give me incentive and reason to continue playing to see that out. I honestly think the idea is just to make it so very clearly Sentinel Corp gives zero craps out of you. So there's the escape pod. Gonna go back and grab my food. And then if we don't get another message, we're gonna call it. And at that point we'll be checking out we'll be picking up where we left off in Satisfactory. Is my plan. RimWorld? No. I'm not gonna start a new run of a game when I've got a new game coming out in literally less than 2 days. The intention is to wrap up as many of the games I've got outlying as the new games pop in. A new game? Yeah, Factorio has its new DLC is dropping in 2 days. The one where you go into space and do space things. Yep, Space Age is in 2 days. That's a new game, that's a DLC drop. To be fair, it's such a major paradigm shift, it might as well be a new game. Like, it might as be like a sequel to the game or whatever, for how big of an expansion it's looking like. Yep, no new messages and all that. But yeah, so I'll be checking that out. But yeah, so I don't intend to start like a RimWorld run or anything like that. Hey, don't do that, Luxray. That's uncalled for. To be like, blah. You're not playing the new thing. I like Factorio. Like, it's totally fine if the game's not your jam. Like, that's fine. But being like, oh, you're not playing the thing I want. You're blind the difference between new game and DLC drop? I mean, these days it's pretty moot point. If it's a bunch of new content, it's a bunch of new content. Anyways, with that said, what is going to be happening here is we are going to save this game. It looks like we have finished the DLC because like I said, it could be that we play for a number of in-game days and then something happens or whatever, but the game has kind of left me where it's just like, yeah, we're coming in 462 days or whatever. You're obviously not going to wait that. So if there is more story, I'm going to miss it, but I'm not just waiting with nothing that I need to be focused on for the opportunity. Been waiting for Space Age since it's announced? Yeah, same here. So with that said, let me go ahead and first, if you're over watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I'm going to be switching categories, and YouTube doesn't let me do that. Over here on Twitch, though, don't go anywhere, because what's going to happen is I'm going to be turning on some